Hello everyone, welcome back. I am Ruler 2K2K2. It's the start of the weekend, at least here in the US it is. Thank you for making me part of your morning, part of your afternoon, part of your evening, wherever in the world you are. We will be continuing our XCOM 2 War of the Chosen Legend difficulty run. Things have been going relatively well. You can see by Devil Dog here, we have magnetic weapons, we have our Predator armor. We're moving towards independence from the Avatar project. We're close to a facility, but we still have some work to do. Expect more Hitman, World of Assassination, Freelancer. We're in our fourth and final segment of our campaign, so make sure you hang around for that, but we will be starting with XCOM 2 first. I spent the day yesterday doing a couple things off stream. There were some cosmetics that I finally remembered that I wanted to change around on our soldiers. I had noticed some of them have the Reaper helmets. One of our soldiers had a Skirmisher helmet. And again, it's not that they don't deserve those. It's just that it makes things easier for me, the commander, to remember which soldiers are our Reapers or are not our Reapers, or which soldiers are Skirmishers and not Skirmishers. So I changed that around a little bit. So reviewing the missions from Wednesday's stream, we had a successful assault of the Advent Black Site, which reduced the Avatar project progress, which stopped the countdown on our Doom counter. So the campaign is allowed to continue because we did that. And we expect to see this a lot, where there'll be times where everybody but our concealed unit gets injured, and the Advent Black Site was such a case. Going back over things again, we're not going to be surprised when we miss high percentage shots, but when we do, it's our responsibility to put ourselves in positions to where the enemies that get to act do not impact us as much, at least as much as we can. Our poor Skirmisher, as you can see, still injured for 7 days, is now terrified of Vipers. Got very close. Got down to a single health point, but fortunately we were able to bring a med kit, got her back into the fight to where she was able to take, and granted, she could take one more shot and still live. But again, the important takeaway from that is that reduced Avatar project progress, stopped the Doom counter. We unlocked the research that we're going to need, because the alien encryption will open a facility that we'll have to build. We'll then use that facility to kind of unlock other Golden Path missions. We'll also do something very nice for our missions, but again, we'll talk about that when and if we get around to building that, because our focus right now is contacting regions to get us to a new facility, because while we have one thing that we could do to reduce the Avatar project progress, that's something that we'll need a mission. We need the Skulljack in order to do that. I'd rather prefer a more direct means of reducing it by assaulting a Avatar project facility. Our second mission of Wednesday's stream was a attempt to capture or neutralize a enemy collaborator VIP. While things went, again, relatively speaking, well enough, we were successful. Although I would have liked to have captured the VIP, the mission was counted as a success because we got in. Because we did not as thoroughly eliminate that first pod as I would have liked. I was forced to use explosives around the VIP's vehicle, and in no surprise, it eventually caught fire, and once it caught fire, it exploded, eliminating the VIP. But again, successful mission. No deaths, some injuries, but again, no deaths. We were both successful and didn't have any casualties on the XCOM side, so Fantastic. We left off with our choice of guerrilla ops, and while an engineer is nice, intel is nice, I'm focused on the benefits of both countering undying loyalty, which will cause some Advent units, when we defeat them, to be reanimated as psionic zombies, and they're not the psionic. They are the same psionic zombies that the sectoids raise. However, when you eliminate or at least confuse or disorientate the sectoid, it causes their mental hold of the psionic zombie to end, resulting in its death. These psionic zombies do not get tied to a sectoid, so they're just there, and we have to deplete their health. And they have, again, they're less scary because their health does not scale with the type of Advent units. So, for example, were we to defeat a Advent trooper who has 4 health, the psionic zombie has, I believe it's 7 health. If we defeat an advanced trooper, because we have advanced troopers now with their 9 health, they don't come back as more. They don't get more health because they are a reanimated advanced trooper. They'll still have their 7 health, but again, it's yet another enemy that we have to defeat, and it's something that we don't want to have more enemies than we're prepared to deal with. Especially if we have situations where we're activating multiple groups of enemies. The idea of having 2 groups of mostly Advent enemies and probably having maybe a third to maybe even a half of those coming back again as a psionic zombie, not ideal. Yes, we're going to have stealth insertion, but again, our infiltration faction card from the Reapers is already doing this. So again, it's nice. It's nice to see it because it's basically 50-50 in terms of sit reps that benefit XCOM as opposed to hurting or nerfing some of our abilities. Even if we do not directly benefit from it, the thought is nice. It's nice to think that, hey, we're getting additional help on this mission, even though we're not benefiting from it. Moderate difficulty, again, moderate in XCOM, or difficulty in XCOM is in reference to the number of enemies. So we should expect 3 pods. Yeah, we should expect 3 pods of enemies. 1 on the objective, 1 between us and the objective, and 1 probably behind or to the side of the objective. It'll be recovering an item from an Advent facility, so definitely going to be bringing our specialists who can remotely hack these objectives.
Setting course for the Arctic.
If I can bring the Skulljack, I think I will, because again, we'll have...
Commander, we'll need to have one of our troops equip the Skulljack for use in the field if we're going to make any progress towards our current objective.
I mean, there's one benefit of Bradford not constantly reminding us to bring the Skulljack. Thank you, Bradford. Thank you for your input. Thank you for reminding me. So even though the assassin controls the region, we're still, because we saw the assassin on the Advent Black site, we're still in our 2 mission buffer. Now, granted, after this, the next time we see the assassin, same thing with the warlock. It'll be 2 missions since we last saw the warlock. So the next time we're in warlock territory, there's a chance. Actually, now that I think about it, this will be 3 missions without the warlock. It's 2 missions. This is the assassin's 2nd mission without seeing it. This will be the 3rd mission without the warlock. So expect the warlock the next time we're in the warlock's territory. And then he gets us a scientist, which again, there's a magic number that we're trying to get with scientists, so we want scientists until we get that magic number. So with it being small town, Advent item in a facility, so it'll be inside of a building rather than on a train or probably in a vehicle. So all of our specialists are good to go. Oh, it's Buccaneer. It's Devil Pup that I was thinking of. Buccaneer. We saw in our title screen. Yeah, let's bring Buccaneer. Survival protocol, combat protocol, good. How was our Spark? Our Spark was injured. Was the only one that took injuries, and yeah, so still 13 days. They took 1 shot. Now, granted, it was 5 points of damage from that Spectre. So yeah, as much as I'd like to bring it, I prefer them being as full or as close to full health as possible, because we should have, we do have grenadiers. We have Lung and Lam. So Lung, our grenadier, was shredding. Lam, you're on recon duty. Oop, gotta free up our items because you are bringing the battle scanner. We already have a magnetic rifle. Let's give Loom magnetic support cannon. Give you the extra ammo capacity, that with extra scope and repeater. So again, with it being outdoors, it's a possibility we could bring a sharpshooter. It's going to depend. So that's almost all of our allies. What is our... So if I have to pick between 10... Yeah, so that's 30, so I'm short. So again, as much as I want, will still try and get this sharpshooter upgrade. Because I don't want to leave them on their conventional weapons, because our enemies are starting to kind of out-health our standard, our conventional weapons. Again, the Tepnonic is as much as I like having our Reapers being up to task. Again, I think we've had one shot. We've fired one once with our Reaper so far. Again, at it ended, and we've had plenty of times where we've shot our Claymores and our remote starts. But again, those don't need higher tier weapons. They just need ammo points available. So yeah, given the choice of either the sharpshooter or the specialist upgrade, I would prefer specialist upgrade, especially since I know I'll be facing the Warlock, and we want, again, even with our regular shard gauntlets, when we saw the Warlock last, we made very quick work of them with our Templar because of Bladestorm, because we don't have to worry about the various immunities. We don't have to we didn't have to worry about the Warlock being immune to melee the way the Assassin is immune to melee, because immunities like that don't double up, just like we don't have to worry about the Assassin being immune to explosions the way the Warlock is immune to explosions. And I guess doubly. So fortunately, we don't have to worry about the Assassin. We wouldn't have to worry about the getting immune to explosions anyways, because they are weak to explosions. Now, one of their other weaknesses that they can get is called brittle, where they take increased damage on close range attacks. Chosen that have that can roll the immune to melee, in spite of the fact that by definition all melee attacks are close range, which I have had happen before. And I have had them with the Templar. I've had Templar chosen weak to Templar roll the immune to melee, which, you know, creates some interesting things. But again, fortunately, our Templars do have their auto pistol, so they're not completely powerless. And again, the enemies that we see on the missions that the Warlock appears on, they aren't immune to melee. So we'll definitely take our specialist upgrade now. I think I'll still give myself the flexibility. I don't have to upgrade these just this second. I mean, someday Spark. Someday we'll get you your weapon upgrade. Someday we'll get you your armor upgrade. But again, we're focused right now on our Mark II. I believe it now goes up to 4 damage for combat protocol. I don't think it'll tell me here. Yeah, it just says upgrading the grab. I believe it's 4, so it'll be 4 damage to regular non-robotic units, and then an additional. It's not truly double damage. Think of it as the guaranteed 4 damage, and then he gets a separate damage roll that will only get it on robotic enemies. So sorry sharpshooters, nothing right now. I mean, I still value you sharpshooters. You still are essential on Lost missions, because I did take the time to upgrade their pistols to mag pistols. So is this a situation where I want to bring Arena? You are as far away from your promotion as you could possibly be, though. So if I bring a second specialist, it would be Helix, because they're the most rested. I want Devil Pup to get as rested as possible before I have to use her. I mean, yeah, I did just upgrade the Gremlins. I think in that case, we'll give you regular mag rifle. Move magnetic one over here. Plus, this will give us 2 units. 2 units that we'll just have to get within sight of our objective. Do I have any more Grenadiers? No, you're tired. I mean, I suppose since we have one that can shoot to shred, we can bring Darius. Darius will put on grenade detail. So I think what we'll do, since I want you shooting, we'll give you the regular mag cannon. We'll then put the scope. Yeah, we'll put the advanced scope that we've been waiting on. So I want to give you, so that'll be +2. That'll be reload. So I have to think. Yeah, we did give hollow targeting to Taros. So this will be kind of like the magnetic support with its stock. We can pencil this in as guaranteed damage, because it's, again, with it being advanced, it now goes from 1 damage to 2 damage. And it gives an expanded magazine, so +2 there. I think we'll do that here as well. It's not that advanced autoloaders, getting free reloads are bad. It's just that it's the next time you use the reload, so it's something that even if you don't need it, it consumes it anyways. I generally lean towards, at least on our non-sniper units, because again, sniper units, it's kind of essential that their reloads don't cost an action, because their sharpshooter, their sniper rifles require both actions to fire, so they cannot move and shoot their sniper rifle in the same turn. So I'll definitely be saving the autoloaders for our potential sniper rifle. So advanced, expanded there. So Loon, your responsibility will be shooting, but you'll still have grenades. Grant will have you grenade first, and then only have you shooting if we need use of your stock. Do I want to give? Everyone's keeping their grenades. So they're both sergeants, our specialists. So who? This one having +10. All right. So with you having the magnetic rifle with the scope, I want you shooting. So that means we'll give Helix the Skulljack. Again, we're only going to be, since we don't have to do this, but we have to do it eventually. We're only going to be doing this if we are in a advantageous enough position. I think. So I want your grenades for destroying cover. If we put ourselves in a position where we have bad activations, where we have particularly pesky sectoids, Loon, you're on flashbang detail. That means we'll give you the mine shield. Buccaneer, go with a med kit. And since we have an extra mine shield, Grant. Do I want to do anything with this? Yeah, we're saving the autoloader. I mean, I guess I could give you a stock, but I guess I'd rather have that as a backup in case we need it for cannons. Again, specialists, they don't have the best. They're only the sharpshooters have better aim stat increase as they promote up. But again, the specialists are next, but they have a weapon that they can move and then shoot with. Yeah, maybe if I had a second scope, I could justify putting a regular scope on here. But since I do not, I won't. And then again, we don't really have anything in here, because again, if everything goes fantastic, Lamb might not even need to shoot, because he can use his battle scanner without revealing. But again, if he does end up getting revealed, this will be how we scout out other pods. So again, recover the item from an admin facility. It'll be inside of a building. Now granted, there could be windows, so that we could send our gremlins through to remotely hack it through a window. But yeah, scientist, admin facility, don't have to worry about the assassin, but next mission we will. Whether it's the assassin, the chosen assassin, or the chosen warlock.
Sky Ranger deployed.
Squad green to deploy.
So we do have to worry about Advent's Viper rounds, but again, we'll have a med kit for that. In fact, it will, since Buccaneer has the med kit, they won't even get poisoned if they take shots. But again, our goal is to not be shot at it in the first place.
One of our resistance contacts tipped us to an Advent patrol group storing a secure data vault in this area, and it looks like the files are critical to the aliens' latest operation. We can't pass up any opportunity to stop their progress, so we're moving to capture those assets. Neutralize any hostile contacts nearby and secure the area.
Thank you, Bradford. Operation Fading Fog.
Menace 1-5. We've got a bead on the Advent data vault near your position. Be advised, self-detonating charges are in place at the target. Move to disarm and extract the package before its contents are destroyed.
So we have lots of kind of derelict shipping containers here. So it's inside kind of like a factory thing. So there's windows here. So the device we have to hack, it doesn't behave like a unit does. So with it being kind of like in this this situation here where it's blocked behind a wall, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to see it. I mean, we could, but again, we won't know for certain if we have sight. Fortunately, one of the UI mods will help us to determine whether our specialist can or can't see it as we get closer. It'll get a little indicator that letting us know that our specialist can remotely hack it. But again, worst case scenario, we bust through the window here, we open the door here. We might not be able to see it if we're on the door, but again, we might. So, where's our ranger? There's our ranger. So, Lamb and Loong being partnered up can definitely help us there. Alright, so it's doing... So I can kind of... Alright, let's just go this way.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
Okay, a little bit... my sight's being blocked that way, so maybe this way? Alright, I can kind of see around it. So it looks like there's a ramp here, so we could run through this right here, but again, there's very little cover, even though it looks like these will be both a high cover. We have like a billboardy thing here, so if there's a group over here, we could jump up here on this billboard. There's our height advantage. I don't think we can get on top of the roof of this boat here. At least our regular XCOM units. I bet our Spark could, but we didn't bring the Spark with us. So Helix, run up there. Grant. I think this should be safe enough because I want a better view of this point.
Roger that.
Alright, nothing. I guess we also have the option of dashing through here, but again, this doesn't necessarily take us in the direction we want to go. We want a straight as line as possible to our objective. Buccaneer, there's fine. Loong, post up next to your buddy. No indicators, huh? And again, so if it was just a regular mission, our turn timer would be here. That's the stealth insertion that's not showing it. It's probably, like it does on other missions, 7 turns or 8 turns. But again, this turn timer will not start until XCOM breaks its our concealments. But again, XCOM 2 is not a stealth game. We're not going to sneak in, complete the objective, and then sneak out. The game tells us you must neutralize all enemy targets. in addition to hacking the objective. Wham. Alright, take a blue move there. See what you see. Nothing. Alright, take the cover there. Again, nothing. I mean, I suppose it's possible that maybe our pods spawned in here, maybe back over here. We saw at the beginning there the pod that was on the objective, so they could have moved over here. They could have moved back, and then our third pod could be back over here on this side of the building, behind the building here. I think there's a little bit more ground over here, so it's possible they could have also started over there. But again, they'll start wandering around. So it should be safe to move up here, Helix.
Rolling out.
I'm also just making sure, because again, with it being a small town, there could be civilians, and civilians will very effectively ruin our concealments. Grant there. Buccaneer. Ooh, I can't tell. Is that covered? No, it's not telling me it's covered. So hang back. Let's try there. And then Loon. There, should be fine. Alright, there's a group.
I have eyes on the enemy.
Alright, so Sectoid, pod leader, supported by a Lancer and a Purifier. So I think we're a little too far. And I suppose I could double back. But again, I have to worry about there being more enemies up here. Yeah, we have a network tower there. So Loon, Lamb. How far back can you get? You can dash there. Yeah, you can't get there because of this area is covered by their detection radius. So it'd be at least 2 turns because I have to spend 1 turn here. I guess maybe they move up. We can do that because this will determine whether or not we can use this high ground. And if they just move up, then we'll just engage them here. So let's just position ourselves. So they can't cross the boat there. They'd have to either go back over this way or in front here. So Buccaneer. Let's move Buccaneer where Lamb was. Because again, we want our specialist having the most direct route to our objective as possible. So Loon, you can stay there. Helix, you cannot, because you're not getting cover from this side, but you're getting cover from here. So if they move up and then try and go around, Grant, you're gonna have to move though, because even though they could be getting obscured from vision by the high cover here, if they were to move like here or so, they'd probably be able to spot you. So take the high cover here. And again, you're our designated grenadier. You don't have to be on the front.
Eyes on the prize.
Overwatches, please, and thank you. Okay, so they're moving up. They're moving towards the stairs, huh? Of course, I can't blue move and get up there, huh? So if I were to blue move here... I'd be able to see in the building here, but I'm more concerned if I move there, will anybody see me? Because I'd have the double problem of not only blowing our concealment, blowing our Phantom's concealment, activating one pod, activating this pod. That would be we run type situation. And again, I want to counter Undying Loyalty, not have Undying Loyalty enact. So again, since we don't have our turn timer hasn't started, we can afford to move slowly. Alright, you didn't see anything there. So if they were to continue moving this direction, I then have to wonder So Helix, no. Alright, again, even though I talked about wanting our specialist to move towards the objective, if we move back, that's also okay. Let's then position Loom so that you're here like this.
Moving out.
So if I leave Grant here, so their detection radius is here. So even if they were to move up here, he'd still be safe. If they move over here, he'll be protected from this side. So Grant, we can leave you there.
Roger, I've got my eyes on.
Buccaneer, you have to stay there because you are in detection range. And then Lamb.
Roger, I've got my eyes on. Covered.
Covering now.
Alright, they're moving back. So this will free up Lamb to move up and see if he can find if there's a pod up there. Let's just move you as close up as you possibly can. Alright, you didn't. So where's my cover? I have cover here. I'll have cover here, but I can't move there just yet. So let's
Moving to
slowly move there. Alright, no new enemies. So the question is, are they going to continue moving in this direction, or are they then going to go, oh, hey, let's go back over this way, even though we were just there a second ago? So I obviously can't move there. Obviously can't move there. Yep. So since we don't really have any spots to move up, let's just hang out here.
Covering now.
Oh, they're gonna trick me by not moving at all, huh? Oh, Lamb. So you'll have view of them there. It'd give us view of this section over here, and then maybe we'll be able to see where that other pod was.
Position now.
No, we do not. So if I were to move here, their detection radius. And again, I'm concerned if were they to move there, they'd see me there. So if I move like around here,
Moving on target.
I could then have enough movement to move up there, maybe even there. Because if they were to go up the stairs, this ladder here. Of course, then again, if they definitely see me if they have there, and then there are 3 of them. So if we move back, so we'd have shots here because we knew that Lamb could see them from there. I think that might be it though, because if I move here, now granted, if they move up, then we'd have better shots from here. So let's slowly move. Since we know the high cover's safe. Yeah, Helix, you can move there and not block the ladder. Grant. Yeah, no dashing up there just yet.
Heading to that location.
Then we'll move here. Buccaneer. Yeah, sometimes it'll let you jump over things. I'm just trying to, so maybe I have to, nope. And then other times it's just like this, where they won't cool parkour over the cover. They make it so that you have to go around, which will then cause us to be detected. So if we dash you cover here, and then Loom, dash you to cover there. Okay, so Helix, you see him from there. Yeah, you don't see anybody from there, but again, when we open up with them, there's high cover there that the sectoid could take. Maybe the sectoid moves back. Yeah, high cover there. That again, it looks like high cover, but it's a situation where, yeah, we're not going to be able to move up because of their detection range. And again, we're only seeing the detection range of the 2 units that we can see. The third, we're not seeing the stun lancers because we don't see the stun lancer. So if I want someone taking a shot, it will be where is long. Sorry, loom. So dash you up there. Let's move Lamb. You should be safe there. But again, I don't want to put myself in a position where you can't move. Because again, even though Lamb will be concealed, the Advent units know where he is, and they will, if they have an opportunity to flank him, they absolutely will, which will blow his concealment. I think here should be safe. And then I guess, now that I think about it, yeah, I forgot there's a door here. Maybe we prop up a specialist here. Now, granted, they could be getting blocked from, it looks like there's a forklift of some point, something high cover here, something high cover here. Again, so it's that odd thing where they're here for line of sight purposes. They can also see from here. They can also see from here. But again, with there being cover here, it won't let them do the step out. So if it's the type of thing where had there been cover here, maybe that would prevent them from getting the left or right stepping out to have line of sight. So again, and with there being the door, we're not going to be able to tell whether or not our specialists can see there until we open this door. So maybe Lamb, that can be your responsibility, opening a door. You can do that, right? I mean, if you can shoot an alien, you can open a door, right?
To that location.
So let's get Helix up.
On the move.
Anyone who can get up is going up. All right, so Grant, you can get up.
Moving on target location.
Let's then move Buccaneer to the high cover here. Overwatch is please and thank you. Well, there. Well, at least we have eyes on the Lancer now. All right, so we're definitely gonna move. This is a good time to engage. But we have to be. So there's a gate here that one of them could go through. So if we move there, we'll be visible from this side. So I think if I move them here,
Moving on target location.
we should have the option to open the door, but we won't do that just yet, just in case there's a group of enemies chilling out behind the door, because we still haven't seen the group that started by our objective here. So Loom, you're our shooter. No one has any armor, so I guess we'll just shoot on. I'm leaning towards the stun lancer, but also I could, if I hit the purifier, and I have a 93% chance, even if I low roll, I still get him. And again, just like we at XCOM have to be careful with exploding purifiers, Advent also has to be careful. So again, my guess is that they didn't tell this poor sectoid and this poor stun lancer, don't hang out too close to the purifiers, because something like this might happen. Okay, maybe they didn't tell the purifier that he explodes 50-50. Alright, sectoid took the high cover there, so we're definitely going to focus on the lancer here. What kind of... So yes, I can move up. I can move back, but again, while I want to move back in the off chance that I don't kill him, I want to move towards our objective, so we're going to have to take a slightly riskier...
Moving!
But again, it will result in a flank. A flank that we can't miss. There's no guarantee that we'll get him, because we'd have to... I think even if we roll low. Alright, so with it being +3, so even if we roll low, so we're going to... In order to have any chance of killing him with one action, we're going to have to crit. So, Buccaneer. Alright, that's fine. We have a stock for that, if we so choose. So we'd have to move. If we move here, we'll see him. Do I want to do... We'll just double check. Yeah, so our combat protocol is in fact 4 points of damage. So if we move up here, we see him, but again, we have to worry about the sectoid moving up and trying to flank us. Okay, yeah, as you can see, we're getting our remote hack indicator, so we can see it from there, we can see it from there, can't see it from there. So yes, a very generous placing of our hackable objective, because again, normally a regular unit has to run up and be adjacent to it, but our remote hacking specialist can see it from here, can see it from here. It's entirely possible that we could hack it without even seeing that second group, but again, if we complete our objective, all pods will start moving in our direction. But again, let's worry about the task at hand of eliminating. Can I move? So I can move up here, but again, the sectoid could very easily move there and have a nice juicy flank on me. So I think Helix, since you can see him from here, why don't you try taking him out? That's fine.
That is not good.
I mean, no, it isn't. It isn't good. Like, I'm not glad you missed, but again, it's not the end of the world. I think, as much as I want to keep the high grounds, I want to move down to be able to see him and not have to worry about being flanked by the sectoid. So down eliminates. I mean, again, I would like it to be better than the 63, but that's why we packed stocks. Excellent.
Who's keeping score?
I think just in case, in the off chance they come, because the admin units are totally, absolutely, positively allowed to walk through doors. So let's, in the event that they do decide, let's hunker down here.
They're falling back.
All right, he's running, but since he only had a single move point from our tactical analysis, he cannot outrun us. All right, that's pretty good. All right, so 7 turns. But again, we already know we just have to get to here. So Buccaneer. So one of the things. So now that he's committed to running, he will not stop running until he finds a pod. So we can take riskier positions because we don't have to worry about the sectoid changing his mind and going, oh, I had started running, but since I could take a flank on your soldiers, I changed my mind. No, sectoid, you are not allowed to change your mind. I, the commander, am allowed to change my mind. But for whatever reason, you advents and alien units, you are not allowed to change your mind. So I can move up here. It's going to be a lousy shot because that's going to be high cover. Hey, our first 2 laser sights.
Object secure.
All right, 46 is fine. I mean, I could hit it. I also could miss it.
Adjusting sights.
Let's go. So Loon, can you move up? Can't see him from there, but you can see him from here. So I think even though, I mean, again, 60% is better. We can use all of our actions, reload and then shoot. Because again, we don't have to kill him, but I would like to put damage into him because he's committed to running away from us. Excellent. So I think what we'll do here, we'll then spend. We just gotta. Can we move up without? Because I don't want to see inside the building here. Because if I see them with us having broken our concealment, if they see unconcealed units, that's when we activate. So I can move up here. Let's take a reload. And then Grant. Move you up and then reload, but then I won't be able to shoot. But then again, with him being 3 health, he's within combat protocol range. So yeah, so move up, reload.
Let's rock.
And then Lamb, we'll keep you hunkering down here. So let's see which. Uh-oh.
Would make an ideal target for the Skulljack.
More hostiles inbound.
Okay. So what happened there? The sectoid moved here, I'm presuming what happened is that, so because he had just the one action, which meant he only had the one move, he was only allowed to move here, and because the game the game didn't decide that that was close enough to the group here, he was not allowed to join the pod. But since he started his turn, he was then allowed to join the pod here, because he's now considered a part of this pod, and we have eyes on him. We can now see that he's part of this pod. So yeah, it looks like since we got the Advent officer reminder, I saw mech, I presume that's an officer then, and I don't know what the third unit was because I saw it just briefly. But yeah, definitely a mech, definitely an officer, and then of course a wounded sectoid. My guess is that that is the group that started on our objective. So I now feel, a little more comfortable opening this.
Objective sighted.
But again, we also have to worry about our reinforcements. So the question is, because I see the sectoid, if I fire at the sectoid, is it going to activate that group? Because I'm not, with there being reinforcements coming in, I don't want to engage this group because reinforcements come in ready to go. I suppose I could try something like this. So let's move back. Grant, you can move. This seems like an appropriate use of Battle Scanner, because Battle Scanner will absolutely positively tell me whether or not I'm activating that group or not. So if we can get it, here, that'll cover the stairs. So we have, yeah. So there's kind of like the cool 3D imaging we got of them. So it's a advanced trooper, an advanced officer, the sectoid, and then the Advent mech. So what happens? So it's not telling me, it's not giving me the little yellow kind of warning triangle. But again, so if I were to move up here, oh yes, obviously I won't see the sectoid. That's why it's grayed out. But if I stay here and Overwatch, I should have, because the reinforcements will come in first before any of the other pods do their moving. I just don't want to put myself in a position to where I'll have a group of reinforcements that will come in, and I'll have a group over here. Interesting. So it is giving me. So it's giving me warnings. So it's warning here because I see the sectoid. Well, I can't exactly sit here and debate all day. So let's make a move. Let's move here.
What's over there?
All right. So that does activate that group. But again, that's fine. I'd rather activate them now. The problem is I have less actions than I would have liked. So we have officer, we have mech. Mech with his micro missiles. A weakened second, and again, they are all affected by tactical analysis, so they're only going to have a single action. So I think because of that, it should be safe. Again, as much as I would like, they can't. So since no one sees Loong right now, that means no one can move and then shoot him. The only issue I have is that there's nothing to prevent the Advent mech from launching his micro missiles up there, damaging him, dropping him. But again, we have 10 health. And with the reinforcements coming in first, he'll get his Overwatch shots, even if he takes micro missile damage. So Loong, it's safe to Overwatch you here.
Covering now.
Helix, it's safe to Overwatch you here. So Grant, what what are my grenade options? So I can, if I could trick. So even though I won't be able to eliminate the captain, if I can trick him into trying to move because he's flanked. So it's not looking like I can get his cover and damage the mech. Yeah, so I can damage the two of them, but I can't. That won't damage his cover. But if I move it down here, I mean, again, I might have to do that because any chance to get the officer, because the officer will be flanked. He'll be flanked by Grant, at least in theory. If I destroy both of these containers, he'll then want to move back, but then be out of actions to do anything because of tactical analysis. But again, all right. So I have high cover here. What is my? How good is my combat protocol? All right. So it says 7 to 8. So it's again the 4 guaranteed damage from it being rank 2, and then I get an additional 3 to 4 damage because he's a mechanical unit, bypasses his armor. So really, I could just try and take him out now. But again, even though my stock deals 2 points of damage, the armor will reduce that. Now, granted, I'll still do at least 1 stock, but again, I need 2. So someone's gonna have to hit him, and it's only 70%. So I suppose we just frag grenade this group. It's guaranteed to get the sectoid, because the sectoid's at 3. It'll blow the troopers' cover, but again, troopers are not terrified by being flanked the way officers are terrified by being flanked. So that seems like the best chance, because again, we don't have to worry about the officer marking and then shooting. He can only either mark or shoot, and it's kind of a toss-up of what it is that he'll do. So if we grenade here, this will make it so that we'll guarantee to take care of the mech because of combat protocol, take out the sectoid because of grenade, put some damage on the trooper.
Heads down!
I mean, just our heads down. Like, Advent, don't put your heads down. Just XCOM. He was just talking to XCOM. Ooh. All right, so it looks like I miscounted. I knew the armor would reduce it, but again, I forgot that the armor point shredding takes up a point of damage. So does that change what I can do? I'm going to take the high cover here. I mean, with it being at 8, I could. It's just that I'm not guaranteed to, though. So I mean, I guess that's the best I can do. Take high cover. So I have 96, but because I'm shooting it, the armor protects it from the shooting damage, but does not protect it from the combat protocol. So, all right. Again, worst case scenario. Yeah. Well, Lamb, if I leave you there, you're going to get flanked, and we still have one more group that we need to find. So move there, please. All right, so we'll get 2 Overwatch shots here. All right, so yet another officer. So we now have 2 chances to Skulljack if we so choose. If the
Got eyes on a hostile squad.
So a regular trooper. I don't know. However, when troopers stop showing up as reinforcements, I'm already surprised that I keep seeing them. All right, takes a shot. Crits. Uh-oh. Okay, suppression. Now again, Advent Trooper doesn't care. Doesn't care that he's currently flanked. Okay. Stun Lancer. Officer has a single point. So again, as much as I'd like to, I'm not necessarily going to Skulljack here. So no one from that group sees you, Grant. But again, all they'd have to do is they'd move here, they'd move here. So Buccaneer, I mean, as much as I'd like to keep the medkit, if you go down, the medkit doesn't do anything. So heal yourself.
Don't move. You'll be all right.
So I'm gonna have a lousy shot. It's actually better than I thought. Yeah, I'm only getting minus 35 on suppression. So Lamb, you actually have flanks on everybody, but then again, you can't reconceal. So we could give you an action to Loon to let him shoot again. But again, I'm more concerned about freeing up our specialist. So I move here. If I move here, I'm protected from the officer, because the officer... I mean, I suppose the officer could theoretically move up here and have a flank on me there. I move back here. The officer, that same officer could move up, and then not only will I only be in half cover, it would have height advantage on me. But again, I can't stay here. Because basically any of these guys move up in any here, I have to worry about flanks here. Same thing with this spot. Can I move back and see him? I can. We'll fall back.
Finally.
So hit or miss. We'll be able to take out the mech because of our stock. All right, we hit.
You see that?
So Buccaneer. So again, we have to worry. So that's only half cover from that side. We can move you back, but again, you're only protected from half cover on this side, so we'd have to move you here. And then I'd have to worry about the trooper moving up. So if the trooper moves here, I do have to wonder if that high cover would then obstruct. What are your combat protocol options? So we need at least 2 points of damage on the trooper. On the officer, the officer's at 13, so he's a little out of range. I mean, Lamb, I know we still have one more group left, but I might need you here. I might need you to teamwork and then shoot any of these guys. So Loon, who could you eliminate? You can eliminate the trooper. You have a good shot on the Lancer, but again with the dodge. Oh, that's right. Regular ones, their heavy ones do have dodge. So we could eliminate if we roll high, but we'd have to roll high. And we only have 66 on the one hit point officer. Obviously, we could flashbang, so that there could be a situation where if we aren't able to eliminate all of them, we could then flash this group. Helix. So you'd be flankable. Obviously, you'd be flankable by the trooper, but I think even were we to disorientate the Lancer, there's nothing to prevent the Lancer. The Lancer should have just enough mobility to move here and then try and shoot us, and they'll have about, even though they'd be disorientated, they'd have about as good a shot as they possibly can, because it'd be a flank. If I move back here, yeah, I'd have to worry about if the officer moves there, they'd have a flank on me. But if I move here, I'm only half protected from this side. If he moves here, I'm full protected from this side, but I'm only half protected from everybody over here. All right, so it looks like Loon's gonna have to be acting first. We'll take a reload. before we do anything. So that could take out the trooper. Yeah, so because they're just spread out just enough, I can't even get the stun lancer's cover. I'm only getting the stuff that's in front of him. And unfortunately, when we get our advanced grenade launchers, the blast radius being larger, we won't have to worry about things like this. All right, so let's see if this gets the trooper, because we could deal 4 damage to the trooper. He'll get some damage on the lancer, eliminate his cover from this side, eliminate the trooper's cover from that side. So we'll take our reload first. Shoot our grenade. Let's go here.
Catch!
I mean, if they catch it, that'd be less effective than if it. Okay, no. All right, we did in fact get the trooper. So Helix, does that for you? No, you can't get there. You can't get there. I mean, you could just stay here because you're half protected from this side. I mean, I still could miss the stun lancer though, but again, 90% is pretty good. So
Rock and roll.
Reload. Try and take out the lancer. All right, lancer down.
Target disabled.
So with it being a regular officer, again, regular officers, less aim, less damage on their weapon. The only people he can see right now, again, the only people he can see right this second are Helix and Loong. So maybe he moves, then he shoots. Maybe he marks, then shoots. Again, that's fine. We're not as afraid of regular Advent officers with our special predator armor. The issue is now that kind of limits what Lamb can do. Yeah, Long can still only see the officer. Buccaneer. I mean, again, as long as we position ourselves so we could fall back here, the trooper would have to move here. But again, we don't have to worry about him moving there because we have Grant flanking him, so he won't intentionally, the officer won't intentionally flank himself. But again, with Buccaneer being able to see the officer could then mark and shoot her, and there's no guarantee that she'll survive. If we move here, officer can move up there and see her and not be flanked. Oh no, he would be flanked by Helix. I mean, the other possibility is that we just hunker down, but again, we'd have to worry about being seen by both the trooper and the officer. So there's nothing to prevent the officer from marking, shooting, and then even if we survive the shot from the officer, we'd have to worry about a follow-up shot from the trooper. But then again, we'll be hunkered down, so they might not even shoot at us to begin with. So yeah, as much as I want to be able to be shooting more of these units, I can't get you in position, Lamb, so you go back on scouting detail. So we've cleared this area over here. They could be in this best backspace, so let's move. If we move here, no, we have to worry about the trooper moving up. So if we move here,
Understood. Moving out.
am I seeing through that window? I mean, kind of. I'm kind of seeing through that window. So Buccaneer. So move back. Trooper can still, or officer can still see us. Move back here. Officer can still see us. So moving here, we break sight. The officer is going to have to move. But again, I'm certain if officer moves here, let's select So you see him from there. The question is, will you see him if he tries to move here? Because if you don't see him from here, he won't be flanked. The officer won't think of himself as, oh no, I'm flanked. And I'm concerned that the viewpoint through here would give him, because again, even if she's here, she's considered to be occupying the space here and the space here. The reason we would moving here and not have sight is because high cover obscures sight. So I think, even though I'm pretty sure how this is going to happen. Oh wait a minute, what am I getting? Oh no, that's double gray. For some reason I thought one of those was red. Even though I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen, I feel this gives I, the commander, decide that Buccaneer, your greatest chance of survival is if you move here.
Heading there
And
now.
you're just going to have to trust me. Alright. Doesn't even mark, he just shoots. Okay. Alright, so the group is in fact back behind there. So Vipers are now followers because the Spectre, well, is the pod leader. Alright, firing into the half cover.
Whoa! No!
Alright, so that wasn't what I expected to have happen. So what that was Grant surviving the shot, but because he was poisoned, because of the dark event poisoning him, he got his final hit points. And granted, we've been fortunate in the past with people getting into bleed outs. We were not fortunate there, but again, this is not me sounding cruel. I'd rather save the life of a sergeant than to save, given the choice, and I had to choose between saving the life of a sergeant versus saving the life of a squattie. Now, granted, we aren't, we're still not out of things right now because we're getting pinched. We're getting pinched right here. The trooper's the one who's on Overwatch. I mean, this might be a situation where, so I actually can get there. I can't. The cool thing about the Skulljack is that any successful Skulljack eliminates your targets, and with it being a story objective, even though it technically says 70%, if you're doing the Golden Path objective of Skulljacking an officer, it doesn't miss. At least in my nearly 3,000 hours, I haven't missed Skulljacking an officer. The 70% applies to the skull mining, because skull mining lets you skulljack other advent units other than just the officer. And again, hypothetically, when you do this, use the skulljack. If you don't have skull mining, you don't have the it's not like I can infinitely skulljack only officers. I can only skulljack an officer if I haven't skulljacked one yet. So it's not something that you can then pencil in, oh, forever I get to auto kill officers. No, you get one time, because it's going to cause a special enemy to pop in. So Buccaneer, can you grenade him? Yes, you can. So while it won't kill him, one of the big differences between XCOM Enemy Unknown and XCOM 2 is that damaging a unit on Overwatch removes its Overwatch. Now that applies to both enemy units and XCOM. So that's something that, while we benefited from it in Enemy Unknown, everybody follows the same rules in their respective games. The problem is that it leaves me, I'm flankable from here, I'm flankable from here. They could move up there and flank me. So that's something that I only want to do if I have no other recourse. So now that I know that this other pod is over here, can I move? I mean, I can actually get up on the objective, but again, XCOM 2 is not a stealth game. Even though I'm concealed, if I try and complete an objective like hacking the device, it will reveal me. And enemy or XCOM units that have that are holding objective items are not allowed to reconceal. So even if hypothetically we had that charge of reconcealment, or if our Reaper were to do it, the game won't let you reconceal if you are in possession of a objective. And again, who has it doesn't really matter. It's just in the off chance that if the XCOM unit that is in possession of the objective and they die, you are required to either complete the mission by eliminating all the enemies, or if you retreat, you have to bring the body in with you in order to get credit for recovering the data. And again, we still want to neutralize all enemy targets, because again, we get the full rewards. If you only complete the mission objective, we'll only get the benefit of countering the dark events. Now granted, countering a dark event is worth it, but we also want that scientist, so we're going to absolutely positively neutralize all the enemy targets in addition to hacking our objective. So yeah, they're back over here, so we can, I mean, we have the option, but again, Lamb isn't going to see anything, because again, I'm worried if I dash out, I don't want to be, so because I'm starting my turn seeing them, I don't want to break my concealment in a single move, because there's a good chance that will count as activating them. But at the same time, I don't. Can't see him from there. Can't see him from there. Yeah, if I can't see him from there, I definitely... Because I was thinking maybe I move here and then I open the door, but yeah, there's no chance that I'm seeing him. I mean, I guess that's my next best chance. Move in,
Okay.
and then open the door to see if you see him. You do not. So we'll leave your action available to Loong. So you'll have Loong. You'll have a flank on him, but you'll have to get shot at him. So I do have a grenade, but again, I'd rather try and save the grenade for the group that's over here, because again, Vipers have dodge, Spectres have dodge. I would like to be able to try and get it if I need guaranteed damage. I want guaranteed damage, but I also have the option of Helix, of dashing in. Oh, can I not? Yeah. So because I lost sight. Because I technically don't have sight of the captain anymore. Even though I do have the dash. So he'd go from 6 to 3. It would remove his Overwatch. That would let me move. It would let me move Loong here without fear of Overwatch. I guess me being here would be good enough to prevent the captain from moving up, because if I'm here, Officer's not going to want to move here because he'll be flanked, and he won't intentionally flank himself. But again, there's nothing to prevent the Officer from moving in this direction and just having regular sight on Buccaneer. But then again, it'll just be a standard shot, or maybe he won't even shoot, he'll just mark. So that would put Helix on captain duty here. I mean, is this an no? I was just talking about how I want guaranteed damage. So I move in here, I'd have the best possible shot, but again, I'd be moving backwards. But then again, I only have to get here, and technically I am in range of the objective, so in the event that I'm down to a single turn, I would be willing to break Lamb's concealment to complete the objective. Alright, so how this turn goes is going to depend on you, Helix. 95. 95 is the best you can do. Yeah, I'm out of stocks. I don't want to use the grenade, especially since I moved in closer. So, all right, 95.
Kill confirmed.
So let's do our Buccaneer plan. So since it's throwing the grenade is going to end your turn, let's take. Uh-oh. Right. Alright, so even though I wanted to keep your action, with losing sight of the enemies there. Oh, there's some civilians over there too. And again, that's an example. So theoretically, so Faceless don't show up on regular missions. However, there is a dark event that could possibly make Faceless show up on regular missions. What the battle scanner would have done if any of those had been Faceless would have immediately caused them to transform. Alright, so Buccaneer, throw your grenade.
Here, catch!
This will remove his overwatch, allowing Loon to move up. Please do so, Loon. Again, we're in half cover, but that's fine. All right, so I can't miss this shot, but we need to put ourselves in the position to where the officer doesn't want to move to flank Buccaneer. All right, moved up and flanked Buccaneer anyways.
On the move! They're flanking us! Didn't think they'd go out like this!
We're taking losses here!
So 86 there. I need to put myself in a position to where... So I'm guessing it's the... Alright, so you can see him from there. I mean, you could see him from there, but that's a dash. I'm just down to the flashbang. High cover there, but I'd lose height advantage. So it'd go from an 86 to a 66. Helix. Half cover. You can see him from there. And I don't think I'd have to worry about him, because even if he would move here, it still wouldn't be considered a flank because of the high cover obstructing the I step out spot here. So let's see how good your shot is from here.
Good copy. Moving on target.
All right, 76. Sorry, 75 at 5 to 7. So if we penciled in, that's 6. If you hit your 7, so 6 and 7, if I'm doing my math correctly, is in fact 13. But I'd have to not roll, if I roll on both of them. So I'd have to hit a 75, not roll low. Hit an 86, not roll low. If I don't, I have to worry about the officer marking and shooting at Loon. But again, Loon can take one hit. But again, as we saw with poor Grant, you can survive a hit, but then die to the poison. Our medkit user, Buccaneer, who was technically immune to poison, so she could have theoretically been poisoned when she got hit the first time with the officer. But again, holding the medkit, even if there are no charges left, makes you immune to poison. So I'd have to get to... I don't think I can do 9, because I don't think I can crit... Yeah, so because he's not flanked, and I don't think I can get a flank. Yeah, so I'd have to move here in order to get a flank, and that's a dash. Can't see him from there. That's not a flank. So it seems like that's our best case. Because again, we still have one more pod left. I would prefer to keep the flashbang, especially since flashbanging one Advent officer, yes, will reduce health or reduce aim, reduce mobility. It's not the most effective use because we could be using it on the pod of 3 enemies. So Helix, take your shot. All right, so that was the 6. That was the not low roll. And again, as much as I would like to take... I mean, I guess I could take the high cover here. Move back, take the high cover. The officer could move... Where's the ladder? Alright, so the officer could take the ladder, move up here, and that'd be a flank. He could move back here, yeah. So let's not give the commander an opportunity to make more mistakes, thinking that, again, obviously I knew he could move there. I just didn't think. I think what had happened was I was still thinking that Grant was alive. But he wasn't. I mean, that means we can take our reload. So 86. I don't remember. Do you? Yep. Yeah, he does. He does in fact have some dodge. So, I mean, that's something that I should have factored in before I started shooting. But anyways, let's keep shooting. All right. So there's our low roll. I think this is a time.
I give you strength.
Because then again, I have to rely on taking a second 86 here. Alright.
I got it, right?
And then just hunker down.
Staying put.
Alright, so they're moving in so they can see me. So the question is, so I can actually move out this door. Can I move Helix? So Helix can move there. Wow, you can actually see it from way back here. So I can move Lamb around this way. Yeah, position him here.
Confirmed.
Because we'll absolutely positively have to hack next turn. So Buccaneer had picked up our loot because they are no longer with us. They dropped their loots, so it goes back on pickup detail. But then again, I have the benefit of knowing that it's only 2 regular laser sights. And it's not that I don't want the laser sights, it's just that I don't need them. I'd rather commit to having the best positioning against this last group, because again, we're running out of soldiers. Alright, can see it from here. We're guaranteed to hack. It's hacking is not turn ending, so I'd be able to hack and then potentially overwatch. Hunker down here, Lamb.
Covering.
Loon. High cover there. You can move on the high cover there. You only have just the flashbang though.
Got it.
We also have the problem of Vectors being CC specialists, so they'll move in, shadowbind a unit, knocking that unit unconscious. Now granted, we do have a charge of medical protocol, sorry, revival protocol. The problem is that that won't do anything if Helix is the one that gets shadowbound. Alright, we got a pretty good chance at a small cache of alloys, because again, here's the other advantage. Our non-specialist units have pretty lousy hacking. Like, I'm pretty sure Lamb's hacking was 10 compared to a tech score of 80. Now, we could still totally fluff it, but again, with it being a objective, there is no terrible penalty of failing. It's just that we don't have the benefit of getting the potential reward. Alright. Some alloys that I absolutely positively desperately needed.
Status 1-5. Status confirmed. The charges are inactive and the package is secure. Eliminate any remaining hostiles near the AO.
Alright, so take the reload here, Helix. I should be able to, with Lamb still being concealed. We know they're back in this direction, so I should be safe to move this way.
Moving out.
Let's then give you... Let's give you the high cover here, because they're going to want to move in XCOM's direction. Because again, even though they can't see us, they know where we are. Because XCOM 2 is not a stealth game. Let's move here, because that'll give you the best chance at flanks on the Vipers, flanks on the Spectre, and again, you'll be the closest unit. With you being, you know, it's not Lamb, you're special. You're a very important part of XCOM. Of the 3 remaining soldiers, you're the least scary one. Because again, it copies all of their abilities. So yes, he'll have a magnetic rifle, but he'll only have just a basic sword with no perks into it. So I mean, there's that. I think we'll do the same thing. Move there. I'm definitely reloading. I'm just debating because again, the pod leaders move first, so it's the Spectre that will move up. So yeah, because I know there's a Spectre, I'd rather not waste my shot. Yep. Sorry, laser sights. This also happens. Oh no, they are moving in. I was gonna say, did they not move? No, they moved. So they're moving in this direction, so they'll engage us this way. So if we move... Let's move here so that we're behind them. So Viper. So the Spectre might be behind... If they were in cover, I'd see them, so they might be this spot right here.
Affirmative.
So since I'd have 2 shots at the Spectre, now I don't mind... Now I don't mind having multiple shot attempts. Yep, here we go. All right, so that's a miss. So even if Lamb hits, it'll trigger the lightning reflexes. Now it does. So it does take stock damage. However, you have to be missing, not getting the lightning reflex trigger. So Lamb. So you're probably within bind and crush range of the Viper. So it is in your best interest that we try and take out this Viper. The question is, do I want to if I use my grenade? Because we're just going to have to accept the fact that we're most likely going to have a Viper that's going to be able to act. The Spectre is definitely going to be able to act, but we need to put ourselves in a position to where if we can finish off the Spectre after it does its shadow bind. So Loom, which direction will I be getting shot from? So moving up here, just see the Spectre, but again, the Spectre, I believe that's half cover. I mean, again, it's hard to tell because I don't. It's hard to tell is that road sign a cosmetic road sign or is it a high cover road sign? I'm going to go with it being half. In fact, I can look right now because I can see him. Nope, he is in fact getting high cover because of there's a road sign on that side that is not on either of these sides. So maybe that's the type of thing where we have Helix grenade. So I'd have to move where... So the question is, if I grenade his cover, will Lamb still be able to see him? Because I can see him right now, but destroying his cover will result in there being no cover there. Yeah, I don't see him from there. I guess maybe we compromise and we use Lamb's grenade. Lamb's gonna have to move closer though. So if I move here, I blow my concealment, but again, I'm going to be blowing my concealment anyways. I don't know. I mean, that puts you in bind and crush territory, as in the Viper would move up and then bind and crush. I just have to make sure. Yeah, so the Viper, this Viper back here will have view of these guys. So the Viper will want to potentially bind and crush, try and tongue pull one of them, and then bind. And if they miss the tongue pull, then they'll follow up with a shot. But if they have, they'll most likely try and take their bind and then crush. Just like a lot of abilities, if you flashbang a Viper that's in the process of binding, it will break the bind. It will cause them to stop binding them, freeing up the soldier. So if I move here, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to throw the grenade through here. But then again, Lamb, I'm going to need you to be brave and not worry about that Viper running up and binding and crushing you.
I'm spotted.
So I am getting him. I'm getting him there. All right, so right there. I mean, I'd like to destroy all of the cover, but again, with us having our baby frag grenades, there's really no way of knowing. All right, we did. So Loong, so you're at 93.
Let's rock.
Reload and shoot. Again, we're most likely not going to be able to deplete all of his health. But then again, he will do his shadow bind. Alright, with him being at 6, we could. We also have to worry about getting poisoned here, because we're definitely close enough. But again, there's no moving back. So we need to hold this position. All right, we did in fact take him out, so that leaves the two Vipers. Interesting. He must not have had movement range. All right, here comes the poison. Again, that's fine because poisons will lower our aim, but it's not going to prevent us from using our abilities. But again, our abilities are pretty lousy. But it's not going to shut off our combat protocol. The question is, how do I want to bust Lamb? So I do have combat protocol here. So I think what I'll do is to maximize our actions. Lamb's the one that's going to be in the most danger because he's going to move and shoot, and is still going to be in range of getting potentially Bounding Crush, which again, defense doesn't matter because Binding Crush, if they Binding Crush an adjacent unit, it's guaranteed to succeed. But again, we want to use all of our actions, so we A protocol Lamb. Let's then combat protocol to free up Lamb. This will probably be the Viper that Lamb will move and shoot on. So Lamb, how far back can you move? All right, we want it because of our reduced mobility. We want to try and keep them in view. Because again, if we move too far out, so we move back here.
I'm going.
We'll have a flank on the Viper that we can possibly kill. I mean, I guess we could theoretically eliminate it, but again, we have to worry about blowing roll lowing. Oh boy, we have to worry about low rolling, and we have to worry about dodge. But again, I'm not going to worry about that because I'm the commander, not a soldier. All right, so there's our dodge. I think now is a good time to flash because it'll shut down their abilities. The problem is with one being in a building and one not being in the building. Okay, so I can flash both of them from here. So we'll take our reload.
Let's do this.
Let's then throw our flashbang here.
Bombs away!
So we have combat protocol death on that Viper. Again, if Helix is alive.
I'm badly
All right,
wounded here.
that was even though we didn't see him shoot. Sometimes animations don't always play.
They're all over me!
All right, that one hurts.
I might need some help!
All right, so you're no longer poisoned, but you're still in the poison cloud. Can we see? We can see the one we want to. So let's maximize our actions by reloading, and then combat protocoling. Nice, bozo down. Long. So again, you have just enough movement to move there. It will be a flank, but with you being poisoned, it's going to be a pretty lousy shot. But again, it's a shot. 36. Awful, terrible, but hittable. But I will forgive you if you miss. That's fine.
I got nothing.
So Lamb can move you. I'm just looking to see where my high cover is. Again, high cover here, but he'll just walk up and crush and bind you. Of course, then again, I think with you being so close. So as tempted as I am to move here, one of the, again, silly things I've seen with XCOM is I have seen clips, I've seen I've seen gameplay footage of someone on a vehicle, whether it's a forklift like this or a car, that counts as high cover. The Viper crushing, doing a pull, pulls the soldier to their position. But what I have also seen is the the binding, the tongue pull. It must have been because of the angle, like it pulled. It again. It visually looked like it was pulling the soldier through the cover, and I guess because the game thought of something going through the cover caused the vehicle to explode, damaging the soldier, and then because they took the guaranteed binding crush damage, it killed them. So it was the type of thing where they went from full health to dead. So even though I don't think that would happen, I'm not going to tempt it. So again, with us being in the disorientation will end at the beginning of their turn. With their being in range, I think they're going to just walk up and try and bind and crush us anyways. So let's just take the move that gets us the best flanking chance. All right, it's identical to the shot you took last time. So 87% with 27% chance to crit. All right, we got the crit. Now, granted, they're still alive. Okay, bind and crush missed. But they should follow, even though they're flanked. Yeah.
I'm hit.
All right. Poor Loon, still poisoned. All right, Poison Cloud is gone though. So the question is, so Helix has a grenade. So Helix guarantee can move here, grenade the Viper. But again, if it has loot, I want its loot. So let's move here. Yes, I'd like to move exactly close, but again, I don't want to get grenaded. Hey, we're up to 90 now. All right, no loot, but
Status confirmed. All hostiles are down and the area is secure.
I mean, again, that was bad. Not only was all of our surviving members injured, we lost 2 soldiers. But again, big picture, countering undying loyalty. This is an investment in the future. We are not glad that these soldiers are gone. I'm silently weeping inside. It may not sound like it, but again, I'm a rough and hardened commander. I'm used to having missions where things like this happened, where I let down 2 soldiers, and because I let them down, they're no longer with us. Buccaneer. I mean, getting crits by the advanced officer was probably the biggest problem. Had it been a regular shot, the med kit that you would have used on yourself would have helped you survive that second shot you took at it. But again, those are things we have to roll with. I think it's a 10% chance that the officers have to crit. So again, that was the least likely outcome, was hitting and critting. But again, we allowed the Advent officer to take his action. We had the option, we discussed, we had the option of destroying his cover to kind of trick him into moving, spending his one, because he was under the effect of tactical analysis, tricking him into moving his shot. But again, I was more concerned about what the mech was going to do, because the mech could have spent his one action to micro missiles anywhere he could have saw fits. I was concerned about Loom being on that height advantage, taking damage and then taking additional fall damage. Plus, I wanted to hold that position because I was getting height advantage on that reinforcement group. Lamb, I mean, again, only started shooting until I absolutely positively needed you to start shooting. Yeah, I don't think. Yes, I could have activated him sooner, but again, since we did so well with the reinforcement pod, I didn't feel it was necessary at the time. Maybe if he had shots at the area down there, I would have been more apt. But again, with me being inside the building, I would have had to break my concealment by busting through the windows. Loon MVP makes sense. A bunch of damage when you did hits. The flashbang kind of helped put us in position to kind of contain the Vipers there, even though not only did one of the Vipers hit, they also crit. Helix, again, our specialists. I mean, I would like this to be better, but again, our specialists have had missions where they've done exceptionally well. And then Grant's, I mean, I didn't want to bring you to be as cannon fodder. You were in high cover, but again, high cover does not prevent you from being shot at. It makes you less likely to be shot at, but and again, like I mentioned before, we've had it's basically a coin flip whether or not they go into bleed out as opposed to outright dying. And again, for whatever reason, Grant, it was just too much. Getting shot and suffering from poison, it was just too much for him. So Grant, rest now. Your service to XCOM will not be forgotten.
Advent officials revealed today's maneuver by local peacekeepers was a planned exercise. Citizens should not be alarmed. All weapon fire and wounds were simulated to better train Advent forces. I
mean, we didn't leave anybody surviving, so I don't know how exactly they're going to benefit from that training. So 78%. I mean, again, if you'd asked me, I would have had no idea that it would be 78%. Okay, so not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. So it was light. It was just the one hit on Lamb. It was some poison on Loom. Helix, again, makes sense because you suffered poison and you got hits. Grant, I mean, again, I'm sorry. It's not what I wanted. I wanted you to get Shredder. I wanted you to get that promotion, but again, it worked out so that I already had somebody with shredding on me. So.
If anything, I fear we are making it easier for them to catalog our people.
Buccaneer. I think Buccaneer might have been on Gatecrasher, so it's always unfortunate when, because I always considered it a point of pride when I'm able to bring soldiers to the final mission, and there will be a final mission. At least that's when I'm going to keep telling myself we're going to make it to the final mission, even though I haven't beaten the game on Legend yet. I always, obviously, if it doesn't work out, I don't require myself to bring people who are on Gatecrasher, but I always find it it's always a good feeling to bring soldiers who were also on Gatecrasher to the final mission, because that means that I made more correct decisions than incorrect decisions. And again, I'm sure when I review the tape tomorrow, I'll be able to tell myself and point out, okay, you made a mistake here. I mean, I already know I made a mistake by letting Buccaneer getting flanked on the shot that took her out, but you got a promotion on Lamb. That will get you Shadow Step. Again, it's not that I don't like Shadow Strike, it's just that given these two, something that only benefits a one single shot, at least as of right now, it's possible we could loop back and pick it up when we pick up the, I don't remember, I think it's Captain. I think it's Captain when they pick up the a once per mission charge of reconcealment. It gets a little bit better, but again, Shadow Step helps us right now more than Shadow Strike. All right, so we did. Wait a minute. Maybe it's because the mission was successful. I don't know. I don't know why I have those two laser sights. I also don't know where this auto loader was. That one of the other groups? Maybe because we completed the mission on that last Viper death, maybe that last Viper did have loots, because that's one of the things that you get on mission completion, is that any unpicked up loot that hadn't expired yet. But again, I'm certain that the laser sights had expired. Oh well. A random group of alloys. Thank you Helix for, I don't know, intercepting a transmission that the Resistance somewhere is picking up. You know, we're walking up to Advent's doorstep and poaching their Amazon package of 10 alien alloys. Sectoid Corpse, Mech Wreck, Trooper. Yeah, we need Viper corpses to manufacture the advanced version of medkits. But again, I have a plan. I have a plan for that. Spectre, I don't remember. Yeah, that's right. We didn't have a Spectre corpse yet because that was a council mission. Yeah, so Spectre Autopsy. There's an item attached to the Spectre. It's like the Priest, where in order to build the item, we need Spectre items. Again, it's not a terrible item, but it's something that is consumed whenever it is that you use it. So it's unlikely. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's unlikely that I'll build any of these. But at the same time, I still will probably not sell them to the black market unless I absolutely positively need the money.
Hello, Commander.
So successfully countered Undying Loyalty, successfully acquired a scientist. All it cost us was 2 soldiers. And again, in case you've been noticing, so this research benefit that we're getting from is going down. But again, there's a magic number that we need to get to with our scientists in order to unlock the final mission. Is that... Okay, it's just telling us about Aquila's. Did none of our other soldiers get? Lamb didn't get it. Loon didn't get it. Okay, so no negative traits. Now, granted, they weren't beaten to within an inch of their life the way our deceased soldiers were. Let's check our recruitments. So even though all of the rookie stats are identical, I have a UI mod that's showing them anyways. The reason I have them showing anyways is because I have one of the other mods that I play with a mod that randomizes starting stats for soldiers. I have a second mod that also randomizes their stats that they gain when they level up. So it's something that, looking at the barracks here, will possibly impact, how much starting aim they have, how much starting HP they have, their starting mobility. The mod can also give them tiny benefits of defense, which again, defense in XCOM is just a flat, you are this percentage harder to hit. So a defense of 1, Samuel Larson would theoretically be 1% harder to hit. Again, 1% doesn't sound like it means a lot, but it could create a situation where Advent will not shoot at Samuel because their shot is 1% harder, which means they'll shoot at now granted, it just means they'll shoot at somebody else. They won't get stun locked into thinking that they shoot something else. Rookies on Legend are 42 supplies. There is a faction card that will reduce that, but again, that's something that I don't generally prioritize because, again, we do in XCOM, we do the best that we can to not put ourselves in a position to where we need to buy rookies. But again, supplies are good. And I did just have two soldiers that I lost, and I do have space in the guerrilla tactics school. And yeah, I'm down to 2 specialists, so I'll probably train one of each again, because again, I want to always have a grenadier available. I like having specialists available because of how easy they are to level up. And yes, we do have a guaranteed captain coming in 5 days to get us our 6th and final squad size upgrade. But again, specialists they require less experience to level up, which means they'll level up faster. Now granted, that's kind of the reason that is because their offensive potential isn't as higher as the other classes. But again, they still have a weapon, they still shoot. We get guaranteed damage from combat protocol. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll train one of each. Let us recruit the ones that have the highest starting will, though. So I see 45 with Pierre, and I see 47 with Luis. So welcome to XCOM. Let's immediately get one of you in. So we have Honey and Macabre. I mean, I don't think it's going to matter, but I'm just going to check their bond. So Pierre, you have 2 sharpshooters who you like. Luis, you have high compatibility with our... Yeah, you are now the most compatible with our Reaper. So I guess given those choices, I guess I'm most likely to pair a specialist with you. Because again, it's not that we don't want explosions for the Warlock. Oh no, that's right. We don't know what the 3rd chosen is, because that's right. It's Templars that are strong against the Warlock. Yeah. So let's. I mean, again, I was trying to talk myself out of making him a Grenadier. Grenadiers have abilities at every level that help us. So Luis, we'll start with you as a Grenadier. So in 10 days, 1 Grenadier. The question is, so our supply drop in 12 days. So in 12 days, we'll have the option of doing, and again, our next facility will most likely be the Resistance Ring. So we won't have to wait until the next month to only do a single covert action. We'll be able to start a covert action as soon as the previous one completes. But again, we're a little ways away from that, because I'm going to have to commit actually, now that I think about it, additional increase, so it definitely will create a 2nd spot, but I don't know. So if I purchase this, I'll have to, yeah, I'll have to staff somebody in here anyways. Yeah, so that only applies 2 more power, and I need 4 more power. So yeah, we're most likely going to have to staff an engineer here, but we're also going to have to staff an engineer here in order to build. Okay. I mean, we have the engineers for it. Now, granted, every time we staff somebody here, it's going to slow down our excavating speed. But again, we have the essential. We have the infirmary, which we need. We have the guerrilla tactics school, which we need, because again, guerrilla tactics school has to stay constructed in order for us to keep our squad size upgrade. So it's essential. Proving ground we need, because it has essential upgrades. I mean, in theory, we could demolish this because we have the Skulljack available, but again, there are still, there's Blue Screen Protocol, there's the Mutant Autopsy will unlock a new project, so we're going to need the Proving Ground, at least for the time being. So our exposed power coils, if we build power on either of these, it provides more power than this power relay normally does, so maybe that's a possibility. Of course, then again, the power relay is not subtracting power, it's adding power, and yes, it has a monthly cost, but if we demolish it, we don't get any of our resources back. The resources we spent to build the power relay is just gone. So we're not going to demolish this unless we absolutely positively, like, this is a section that could have been used for our workshop, because workshop would give us, you staff 1 engineer, which gives you the option to staff 2 gremlins, which behave like engineers. So if we put a facility here, we could staff it there. We'd be able to staff a gremlin here. But again, we'd only be doing that if we need the engineers, and we're fine for right now. Again, that's a big asterisk for now. The workshop does require power. So, all right, let's get time moving along. All right, intel. We were making contact. We have to make contact because, again, we're only 2 pips away from our doom counter starting again, and we're 2 region because we have to finish making contact here. We have to build the radio relay here, and then we have to make contact there. So we're, 14 to 16 days away from even doing that.
The chosen warlock is hard at work for his masters in this area.
All right, so there's 70 more supplies.
New regional contacts located.
We're now going to build a relay, 50 supplies, 5 to 7 days. All right, we only need 6. Is it going to be behind enemy? All right, behind enemy lines first, please, because that's yes.
Some of our people are a little worse for wear after that last covert action, but if we give them time to rest, they'll be fine.
Okay, it was just Nicholas. I mean, again, Nicholas, you're important. You're a valued member of XCOM. You going on this mission made it so we had our other soldiers available. But if I had to pick these 3, you're the one that I would have no problem being injured.
We've just got some new intel on the Chosen. It should be easier to hunt them down now.
I mean, easier in air quotes, Bradford. All it does is unlock the Hunt the Chosen Part 2.
Slowly but steadily.
Okay, Art of War.
Your word grows, Commander. We continue to progress in our campaign against the Elders, and now we gain new abilities as a result.
So it's exactly what it says. So the set amount of ability points a soldier gets for upgrading is now increased by 25%. That's fine. This, I think, is our better. I guess I don't remember. Is this? Yes, in having our soldiers getting 10% more experience, but again, one of the other things that Legend does is that it increases the amount of experience to get to the final rank, which is called Colonel. I don't know if getting 10%, getting there 10% faster is better. I mean, I'm inclined to think that yes, getting our soldiers more abilities is going to help them stay alive. And as you saw on that last mission, things can go bad very easily. I mean, Grant went from full health to being no longer alive in 1 admin turn. So Samdershi, you had a hanging promotion, so that's why it's saying there, Captain Emily Torres Barnes. Oh yeah.
Commander, the factions have indicated they know how to track down the Chosen. We should construct the ring facility so they have a place to coordinate.
So, Tauros. So you have to decide between Volatile Mix. Volatile Mix we've seen on our Skirmisher already, so it's just a flat. Your grenades deal 2 more points of damage. And then we have Chain Shots. So Chain Shots, so it's 1 shot that is minus 15. If you hit your minus 15% shot, you then take another shot at them automatically, but it will still have the same minus 15% chance to hit. It does require 2 ammo points, hit or miss. So even if the first shot misses, it still takes 2 ammo points. 3-turn cooldown. Yes, it is in fact devastating against non-cover enemies. So we have taken hollow targeting. So again, this is so because it's a directed shot, it will bring in hollow targeting. So in theory, the minus 15 of the following shot will be offset by the hollow targeting. But again, we need to put ourselves in a position to where we only want to be taking this with already high percent shots. So it's entirely possible that the hollow targeting might not matter. Our volatile mix, yes, we don't have as many as many grenades. We'll be getting an ability later to where we can actually fire grenades with our first action and still have our second action available to shoot. I think with the... Yes, the Chosen Warlock is immune to explosion. The Chosen Assassin is not only not immune, but is taking more damage. I think if we put even more damage on top of that, especially since Taros is bonded with Aquila, the ultimate end goal is going to the Assassin's Stronghold. There's a mission that it's in 2 segments. There'll be an area that we'll drop in. We'll have to move to another area. We'll then go to a second part of a mission where we'll have to do something that involves fighting the Chosen, potentially multiple times. So since Taros and Aquila are bonded, Taros will absolutely positively be going on that mission. Plus, I think Volatile Mix helps us the best now. Now, again, Chain Shot is a perfect candidate to kind of loop back around to get, because when we get our highest level, we will be at our most accurate. Plus, there is equipment that we can give our soldiers to even further increase their accuracy. So yeah, Volatile Mix helps us the best right here, right now. And even if we didn't, yeah, even if we had picked anything, a different one, we still have squad size 2. So our squad is now 6 soldiers. It also unlocks biggest booms. One of the things that Legend does is that it makes these kind of class upgrades cost 200 supplies. So again, it's not that it isn't cool. It's super cool how our explosives can inflict critical damage. I believe it's +2, but it's only something like a 25 or 33% chance to crit, which isn't terrible. But again, this is something that when it's most likely we're only going to be getting this when we purchased all of our other upgrades, all of our tier 3 weapons, our tier 3 armor, all the other various upgrades. Because although Blue Screen Protocol didn't cost any additional supplies, I believe the grenades will cost us additional supplies. That's why I also didn't want to spend all of our alloys, because we need some alloys for that to upgrade our grenades as well. So maybe someday we'll tell our grenades it's okay for you to crit. All right, should hit the muton. Oh,
Commander,
all right, that's just one. We should hit the muton autopsy.
If we're going
Excellent.
To slow them down, we'll need to move fast.
These findings
So advanced
will
grenade
likely prove
launcher,
crucial to
which
our
will be
ongoing efforts,
upgradable
Commander.
in engineering.
The aliens make a strong statement by fielding these massive creatures as their frontline combat units. I doubt they thought anyone would resist when faced with the alternative of staring down a muton.
And we have a proving ground project to upgrade our regular frag grenades to the plasma grenades. Now, we haven't seen the mutons use their plasma grenades yet, but they're scary. So, with alien encryption only being 6 days, yes, I don't have the means to build it just yet, but I want to have the ability to build it as soon as we possibly can. Also the Viper autopsy, though. I mean, again, even though I said I want to build it as soon as possible, I am so far away from building it. Let's get the Viper autopsy now, because that will unlock yet another proving ground project. So let's commit the resources now so that I don't accidentally spend them. All right. So literally the 10 alien allies that we just walked up to Advent's porch, picked up their Amazon package of alloys and immediately walked out, and they couldn't do anything to stop us. Let's commit the resources now.
We'll get started right away, Commander. I'll send word when the project is complete.
Let's move that up. So 31 hours to blue screen, which will create some things that we can build immediately in engineering. And then we're 9 days away from guaranteed having our plasma. It will upgrade all of our grenades that all of our XCOM soldiers carry. Let me check. I don't think I can now...
Just give the word and I'll get started, Commander.
So we need 20. And again, the black market doesn't have alloys available this month, because when alloys show up as the thing that they are interested in, that means they don't have any available for intel. I mean, again, we don't really have the intel for it anyways, but, you know, just the fact that it's not available makes me a sad commander. Okay, so we should get this. I mean, I guess this is the next thing that'll happen if we don't get a mission.
These are the methods that are required to fulfill my purpose. Then so be it.
Alright, so this is one of the things that they can do. So our radio relay that was mere hours away from being completed is now going to take 7 more days.
We need to keep an eye out for the chosen sabotage attempts. We don't have any more time to lose.
Alright, blue screen's available, so that's going to unlock an EMP grenade. So it's damage. Think of it as like electrical damage. It's going to deal damage to robotic units. So things like the Spectres are counted as I mean, so they're robotic in the sense that they take extra damage from the blue screen rounds, which we'll see after this. They'll take damage from the EMP grenades, but they are not eligible for Haywire Protocol. It's only the mechs and a couple other robotic enemies that we haven't seen yet. But again, they take increased damage from the blue screen rounds, but they can also be disoriented the way regular Advent units are, but mechs aren't disoriented. It's a little goofy. It's a little silly how it's simultaneously both a robotic unit. The way the game handles it is that they're simply just a tag that enemies have. It's literally like is affected by blue screens equals true or false, and for whatever reason the Spectres have that set to true, and other units that that aren't affected just have that set to false. So blue screen rounds, I don't know if we're gonna have enough supplies to build one right away, but I believe it's either +5 or even +6 to enemy units that are affected by blue screen, so very, very high. I don't think... Yeah, we still need all of our alloys. I don't have to commit. We will still need to save at least 1 core for the medkit upgrades, I believe. Yeah, I don't have to decide what to do with it right now, so let's pop on over to engineering, see how much Shen is going to need for those. So blue screen 75, so it's going to instantaneously build 1. Same thing with the EMP grenade. We don't have to roll the proving grounds over and over and over again until we get either blue screen rounds or EMP. So yeah, I could build those right now, but again, since they're instant builds, I don't have to commit the resources right now. I can wait to see what our next mission is or isn't. Let's double check. All right, we do have people wounded. How wounded are they though? All right, so the Spark will show up as wounded in the barracks, but again, he's not benefiting from our infirmary. There in the vanilla game, there are no upgrades that increase the Spark's recovery time. It's just forever. I mean, they have the same benefit to the armor that XCOM units have, where they just get more health, and more health means a higher percentage of a health pool, because their wound times are determined the way XCOM soldiers are, where it's a windowed variance depending on how injured they are on a particular mission. So Nicholas would go from 4 to 8, and Helix would go from, yeah, so because I only have the 1 specialist available right now, we'll continue to leave. Okay, so we'll probably get a mission before the Viper autopsy. Alright, excellent supply raid. I'm already thinking of all the ways that I could spend these resources. So it is the extract. That means we go in and we have loot crates. It's in the abandoned plot type, so there will be lost there. Because it's in the Warlock territory, we will see the Warlock there.
Commander, you should be aware. We're detecting lost activity in this area. Our forces will need to be especially vigilant.
Commander Tygan and Shen aren't going to be happy if we don't put the Skulljack to good use. We should have one of our soldiers equip it before they deploy.
So Central makes a good point. This is a mission that doesn't have a hard turn timer. Yes, we do need to extract at least one in order for it to be considered a success. And yes, if the mission is considered a failure, we will lose contact with the region. That's just one of the things that happens with XCOM. You don't. I will admit there does need to be consequences of failing missions. In addition to, like, I suppose there's a world where when they were making the game, they could have decided, okay, do we want to, did you just fail to counter the dark events, or should we have it the way it is now, where not only did you not counter it, it is now immediately put into effect, which I suppose, again, is it less punishing to have it to where you just didn't counter it? Yes, but again, one of the core gameplay elements of XCOM is managing your failures, putting yourself in the best possible position, and when you have something like that, it further adds tension to you as the player, to kind of whether or not you want to take the risks that you want to do, because again, it's about managing your risks, putting yourself in a position to where the risks need to pay off, because if the risks don't pay off, you won't take them. So again, I like it this way because the developers, they're not necessarily tricking you, but they want to make sure that you are duly motivated to take the potential risks, because again, if the risk isn't worth taking, why take it? So with the Warlock, again, the Warlock guaranteed to show up. We should have, if I remember correctly, we do not need alloys for our medkit upgrades. It'll just be some Viper corpses and some supplies. So I will commit resources to upgrading the Tempest Gauntlets, because again, it's not just their rend attack, they're getting damage increase on their Bladestorm attacks. And again, this is going to be a very good mission to have Bladestorm on, because not only does the Bladestorm trigger on units that are adjacent to you, any units that move past the Templar will suffer Bladestorm reaction. And again, with them, the rules for Templars are different, where their reactions can't miss, the way the Bladestorm on a Ranger could miss, because it incurs I think it's 30%, the 25 or 30% reaction fire penalty. Now granted, that spends almost all of our alloys, but again, that's fine. That's why we're here. We're here to get more alloys. I will give you the Mind Shield, because again, we want, with you being as close to the Chosen Warlock as possible, you will be the prime targets for being mind controlled. And again, Templars are already terrifying when they get mind controlled without Bladestorm. I do not want to imagine a world where I, as XCOM, have to face a mind-controlled Templar with Bladestorm. I definitely want to make a sharpshooter. The question is, I think I'm going to have them on the front lines, because I don't want to. Yeah, with their weapons still being conventional. So this might be a situation where, I mean, as much as I want to take Horseshoe, I need to eventually, I want to get these other guys promoted as well. And it seems like Ivanov, you're the next closest. Yeah, 10 of 18. I mean, we'll still give you the Marksman Rifle because of the free scope, but again, you're on lost duty. In fact, we'll give you lost and medic duty. Because again, we have to worry about Advent Viper rounds. The Lost don't have to worry about Advent Viper rounds because the Lost can't be poisoned. They can be set on fire, they can be acid burned, but for whatever reason they decided that they can't be poisoned. Now, the funny thing about that is that doesn't prevent them from still getting, well, you know, we've seen Vipers try and poison spit them anyways, but again, that Vipers, that's what happens when you don't show up for meetings. The meetings are there to tell you, hey, Vipers, don't try and don't poison spit the poison immune enemies, please and thank you. Do I want to bring my one specialist? So I'm guaranteed to have a specialist in oh no, that's right, I did Grenadier. So I'm gonna have to wait 7 days. I'd like to think that'll make it to my next mission. I believe I should have my next mission. I can make it 7 days. So Devil Pup. Now I'll admit, I'll be a little sad. I'll feel really bad if something, you know, if you don't come back from this mission, Devil Pup. But again, I think bringing you is going to help us put us in a position to where you will come back to this mission. I definitely don't want to bring the Reaper, because again, we don't need. It's not that there are some remote targets or remote start targets on abandoned maps, but again, with there being so much Lost, as cool as it is to eliminate pods, I don't want to bring in any more Lost than I have to, because again, with our fair Lost targeting, it's 50-50. We have absolutely no way of knowing whether they're going to run at us or they're going to run at Advents. They could change their mind. For the most part, once they go after units, they don't change their mind until that unit is dead. But again, as much as I'm not nearly as down on the Lost as I see other players. There are players who say the Lost don't do anything. They needlessly make missions longer than they need to be, and it's not that they're wrong. It's just that when you think of Lost as like an environmental hazard, don't think of them as like an enemy type. Think of them as something that makes a map more difficult to traverse. It makes it more difficult for you to get from where you are to where you want to get to. So yes, let's go with Hammerhead and Stampede. Stampede, where did you... Right in front of me. There we go. So we've got another instance of bonding here. So if we're in a situation where if Hammerhead gets in a bad spot, Stampede can help him out. Alternatively, if we have a situation where we want Stampede to fire again, we'll definitely be giving you the flashbang. I think we'll give you just the regular Molotov, even though the Molotovs cannot be launched with the grenade launcher. That's fine. This is here to help us with the Lost, because otherwise XCOM has no tools to deal with the Lost. So I think with you having Shredder, let's give you the sighted, the scoped mag cannon as opposed to the stock one. Let's give you the extra clip size. Let's give improvised magnetic rifle. So the question is, so with the Warlock being easier to target from high grounds, I mean, I think I'm kind of running out of... Yeah, like, if I had a second specialist available, I think I'd bring the second specialist. But again, Arena, you're... I mean, again, missions like these, where we're not reliant, we still want to try and eliminate Advents, all the Advent units, because then we get all of their nice, sweet, juicy corpses, which is even more supplies, theoretically. But at the same time, we're not required to. So I think because we're not required to kill all of them, I feel better bringing Arena. I mean, you're a ranger with no special abilities other than slash, and I am not going to slash you because you're still on the conventional sword. I mean, maybe you can be our skulljacker. Maybe you can be the person who we try and skulljack, because again, this is a good mission to do that, with there being no hard turn timers. Do I want to bring the blue screen though? I think because Stampede, your role is going to be shooting. This is going to be, because it's such a good feeling, firing at an Advent mech, shredding its armor, dealing increased damage to it because of the blue screens. I love putting my blue screens both on my grenadiers and on my sharpshooters, because the sharpshooters, their sniper rifle already highly accurate, doing even more damage, and their pistols doing as much damage as the regular weapons, our regular XCOM weapons do, but without having to reload them. And with special training, they can fire a bunch. So definitely, I don't think we'll be bringing the EMP grenade, because all grenades, flashbang grenade, smoke grenade, all of them incur lost attraction. And again, since I'm bringing the blue screen, I need the EMP. We'll still, we'll have the supplies, even if we don't do a very good job here, because again, our previous high score on crates was 4, and we didn't get fabulous amounts of the stuff. But again, it was better than nothing. So blue screens on Stampede. We give battle scanner here. There's a very good chance at some points Hammerhead is going to have his concealment broken by a loss, but again, that's fine. His job is to get us the first, like our easy, find like our first groups of advents. So we'll give you mind shields just in the off chance that you're alone and all by yourself. We don't have to worry about you getting mind controlled by priests or sectoids. Devil Pup. Definitely Molotov. So you have a slot for either a med kit. I think because we're having to worry about Viper rounds, if we give more med kits to people, that's more people who are immune to poison, and more people, we're going to need more opportunities to heal poison. So I think a second med kit is worth the 60 supplies. So now you're immune to poison. So Ivanov's immune to poison, Devil Pup immune to poison, can also now heal. I mean, I'm also actually tempted to, if you had a second spot, and I don't think, now I think about it, I think even Templars can get tactical rigging, which will unlock their second spot. But again, it's in the XCOM world. They're not guaranteed to get it, just like they're not guaranteed to get Bladestorm. But we got lucky here. So flashbang there. Do I want to do anything? I picked up laser sights, was it? Yeah, I picked up laser sights, but again, I'd rather than putting this on an assault rifle, I'd rather put this on a shotgun. But again, the Tactical Legacy Pack, their next version is, I think it's Advanced Laser Sight and Advanced Hair Trigger. Expanded Mag, Autoloader. Yeah, as much as I would like to give you those, I'd rather have those available to other weapons. Same thing here. I mean, yeah, I could give you a stock, but again, I'd rather potentially put that stock on a, if anything happens to our improvised magnetic support cannon, which has a stock right now, which has a better stock right now. And if we, just like how it got upgraded from Tier 1 to Tier 2, if we still have it when we get Tier 3, it'll get upgraded from Tier 2 to Tier 3 for free. So marksman rifle, upgraded gauntlets, regular swords is fine, because again, we don't have the alloys for it. And there's a bunch of stuff that's in line ahead of the swords. Alright, I think what we'll do here, we'll start in, we'll load in with the mission. Just before we finish loading in, we'll take our bio break. I solemnly swear I will remember to change the scene back to game capture.
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position to drop.
have a reliable source reporting that Advent has a resupply operation in progress in this region. They're airlifting supply crates out of a secured area, and if we move quickly, we can probably grab a few for ourselves. Mark the crates for pickup, and Firebrand will handle the heavy lifting.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the most secure Bradford, like the wilderness map type that this appears on. I'd call that more secure, but because you can clearly see that it's a Advent facility and they just happen to be moving things around. This is more like they sent like collection teams into the abandoned cities. The collection teams set up these crates, so I wouldn't exactly call it secure. Yes, there's going to be enemies hanging around, but not exactly the most secure. So get up, take a stretch, fill up your beverage, use the restroom, which is what I plan on doing, just like I plan on changing the scene back when I get back. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Alright, the scene has successfully been changed. Now, I know you might be saying, hey, Ruler, cut yourself a break, you made an honest mistake. Yes, I have forgiven myself for...
Advent forces are in the process of airlifting a number of supply crates out of this area, and we have an opportunity here to take a few for ourselves. Locate and mark the crates with transponders, and Firebrand will handle the rest.
Yes, I have forgiven myself, but I'm definitely one of those people who I learn by hearing. You You know, it's not that I don't learn anything by reading. When I hear someone say something, I feel I'm more likely to retain that, even if I am the person that I'm hearing. It's the type of thing where maybe when I was in school, if I had, you know, done more like reading out loud, like when I would read my textbooks, if I had done my reading out loud, maybe I would have been a better student. It's not that I was a terrible student, but I definitely could have been better. So we already see, ooh, we have advanced purifiers now. Now, advanced purifiers is as much as I like making fun of them, the purifiers excel on lost mission types because, again, their flamethrower that they get to use for free as many times as they like, while we only have our only instances our fire are the number of Molotovs we bring with us. Especially with how the Lost don't use cover, the Lost will, now granted, purifiers can still miss them, but they're less likely to miss them because they're most likely going to be out of cover. And with them being all on fire, they do their panic run around. Oh no, I'm on fire. They take increased fire damage from the damage over time effects. So purifiers can dispatch Lost much more effectively than XCOM can, at least in the vanilla game. So Hammerhead. Can we get... So we actually can get up, but again, running up to that ledge is going to create situations where units can see me before I see them. So let's keep you on the ground.
Position confirmed. Hostile targets in sight.
So it is Spectre, Purifier, Shield Bearer. I mean, Shield Bearers, with their 3 points of armor, obviously they're not going to have as easy as a time because they just move and shoot. They'll still do their shields up trick. But with them having 3 points of armor, yes, the Lost, if any Lost connects on them, they'll still take at least 1 point of damage. But again, with their attacks dealing 5 to 6 damage, they get the headshot ability the way XCOM gets the headshot ability on Lost. Shield Bearers can also, they can clear Lost just as easily as XCOM can. I don't want to move you up, though, because I don't know exactly where. There's a door here we're going to have to open. Oh, no, there's windows we could go through. Stampede, Roger, move up.
Tracking.
Arena.
Going over
That's
here.
the best spots. Lotus. We're going to want to get you in as close as possible, so we'll move, and then we'll move you again. Here. So... Ivanov. I mean, I think because I'm so close to high cover or height advantage, I don't mind taking it, even though your role on this mission will be to be on the front lines. I mean, again, if it works out to where you can be effective with your conventional weapon, it will be against the Lost because they have a smaller health pool. I mean, just imagine trying to fire, if I low roll damage against a shield bearer, he takes 1. He takes a single point of damage. That is unacceptable.
Solid copy.
So we need to get alloys so that we can make our sharpshooters more sharpshooty.
Orders confirmed, on the move.
As opposed to, I don't know, dull shooters.
Scanning.
See what I did there instead of sharp. Okay, you get it. If I have to explain the joke, then it wasn't worth making. Alright, so they moved over in this direction. So we'll go over this way to see if maybe we can spot... let's not move Ivana first. Let's move Hammerhead first. So Hammerhead, you can move there. Okay. Nothing, huh? Alright, you can hop through there, but again, I'd rather see, so you should be safe to go there. Alright, we do have eyes on now. So, Ivanov. So because we have sight of here, we should be able to be safe to move here without any surprises.
Go.
Excellent. No surprises. We move you up. let's move Stampede first. Give Stampede the high cover, because you're our nice shooty. We have lots of armor that we're gonna need to chew through on the shield bearer. Arena. I think even if they move back over this way, we should be safe from this side. So here should be fine.
This area.
Lotus, we want you as close up, but not too close. So probably here. Actually here, because I don't want to give. I don't want. You don't need high cover. You don't need high cover the way, say, Devil Pup needs high cover. So move there. Take the high cover there. Overwatch. All right, so they're moving away. So this should give us the chance to kind of move in and open this door for Hammerhead. Or actually, Hammerhead can just jump through the window. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful about Lost over here. I don't think we have to worry about Lost in here, but we have to worry about Lost over there. There's another crate there. So I think this seems like the safest. Because even if you reveal over here, we shouldn't be revealing because they walked over in that direction, so we won't be seeing any new. Since we're not moving closer in that direction, now granted we'll be closer in this direction. So it's possible if we have a unfortunate Lost activation again, that's fine. We'll be in a better position.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
So Lost there, Lost over there, another group over there, but again not true sight because we didn't identify, or maybe we did. So Ivanov. So you should, because they were way back over here. Yeah, I see. I can see, because I can see the brute. I can see the brute's detection. Yeah, we should be safe to move here. You'll have sight over there. You'll have sight over there. At least with your sniper rifle. It'll also block the ladder.
Move into position.
Preventing any Lost from harassing you.
There's an Advent captain
okay,
nearby.
yeah. So that we now have sight. True
identification.
True identification of that group there. That's the one we saw before. That's the one. Okay, so we've got a nice little hallway here, so we can go bing, bang, boom. Maybe move in this direction later, depending on what it is. So what'll happen is the Lost don't start moving until XCOM reveals. However, if this Advent officer tries moving, the Lost XCOM will see the Lost seeing the Advent move, and then that's then when groups start activating. When XCOM can see different factions seeing each other moving, that's when they activate. If they're moving around in the fog of war, they could just the Lost are hear no evil, see no evil with the Lost. Same thing with Advents. It's like the if you have your dog who kind of sits down and then covers his eyes, he's operating under the assumption that if you can't see me, I can't see you. That type of thing. Lotus, this should be safe to move up and then kind of open the door if we need to. I don't think we'll need it, but again, busting open doors breaks your concealments. Overwatch here. Devil Pup. I think here maybe. Because again, we need to be prepared because we see this Lost. We need to be prepared if Advent moves back over this direction. Lost will move in on them. So if we move here, we'll have good shots. Because again, this is when we start. This is when when enemies start kind of moving around unpredictably. We need to be in a position to where we need to start shooting. Because if Advent moves, breaks our concealment, they're going to be able to take good shots at us because they're only going to be breaking our concealment if they have us flanked. And even though they were interested in a particular Lost unit, if an XCOM unit suddenly becomes a better shot, well, they'll take that better shot. So Overwatch, do we want to move? So Hammerhead. Okay, so Hammerhead doesn't have enough movement to move around here and up and over. So if we move you the teensiest bit, we'll still have eyes on the brute, but we won't have. Oh no, that's Ivanov that's seeing over here. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we do with Hammerhead. So it's Hammerhead. I am concerned about this. If this group does in fact move back, if they'll move up far enough. Of course, then again, the only alternative. I actually don't have an alternative move back, so I can only move in this direction. So I guess take that spot. Stampede. Full cover here, please. Arena.
Checking
Full
this
cover there,
quadrant tab.
please.
Keeping an eagle eye here.
Roger that. Scanning.
All right, they did walk back. Ooh, I don't know. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is us. Who's breaking our concealment? Who broke our concealments? Okay, see, crazy. That's them moving in. That's them seeing. Oh boy. Oh no, what? What happened? Did someone... Someone broke our... So since we're only shooting at Lost, my guess is what happened. Who lost their concealment? Is... Ah. Just trying to figure out. So Hammerhead's not concealed. Who? Okay. Advent moves in, triggers the group over here. The group over here moves in. My guess is what happened is that one of the Lost that we ended up shooting broke his concealment. Because again, if it had broken someone else's concealment, Hammerhead would still be concealed. But since Hammerhead is not concealed, I'm going to go with the thought that a Lost moved in this direction, broke our poor Ranger's concealment. Because again, if it had been broken on the Advent turn, So anyway, let's work with what we know. So what we know is we're unconcealed. We have no concealments. These guys are active. These guys are active. These Lost are active. These Lost are active. It looks like... So they didn't start marking any crates yet, but they will start doing that soon. Hammerhead is actually in position to... Could I possibly... Maybe not. So I can definitely move here and mark, or I could move here and mark. But then again, I have to worry about enemies over back in here. I'm not going to want to stay here because I'm flanked from... I'm guessing I'm getting that flanked indicator from the Lost, even though the Lost don't shoot at us. Yeah, we can't worry about this group right now. We can only worry about this group that's in front of us. All right, blue screen's on Stampede. Question is we can see him from there. So it looks like, my guess is that even though he looks like he's kind of like levitating here, he's possibly behind here. So what kind of cover? He's getting low cover. So wherever he is, maybe he is. Maybe there's cover there that I'm just not seeing because I'm not close enough. Yeah, so this shield bearer actually isn't there because I can move there. So Stampede can't actually see, so he can move there and have a flank on wherever the shield bearer is. I'm trying to see if I can guess. All right, let's bring up Golden Lotus. He'll give us the best idea. Oh, okay. So I think that's what happened. So it looks like So with the shield bearer actually being here, because again, it's giving us the option. Actually, that's kind of funny. I can be here. So my guess is that, okay, he's right here. So ignore what your eyes are telling you. Your eyes are lying to you. Don't trust them. The shield bearer is actually here. So it looks like the shield bearer moved up. And because he moved up here, that is what flanked Hammerhead. Because it was their scatter, their skirmish move. They don't normally. There are some dark events that will allow them to either go on Overwatch or take a shot. Basically, it can possibly give them more actions. So because that didn't happen, yeah. So that's why we only shot at the loss, because we didn't shoot at Advent because we were still concealed, and again, concealment respects. Overwatch respects concealment. You won't fire unless you are revealed. So all right. So at least that answers that question. That's actually a perfect place for our Templar to go in, because our Templar can. Because again, we'll have actions available to let us mark. But let's get some shredding in if it works. If it works out. So with him being right here, we can move here. We can move. Again, we can move here, but again, we're flanked by the Spectre. We see him from there, but it only puts us in high cover. Yeah, I can't even see him here. We're yeah, so we're gonna avoid here. Because I'm blocking it up here, I can't actually move up there either. So I think again, with it being half cover, we're just gonna have to deal with it.
Moving to position.
Because it's a 90%. Excellent. I don't know if we'll be able to finish him off. We could finish him off with Golden Lotus. Because again, even if we don't finish him off, even if we don't finish him off, so 5 to 6. So we could, but again, we don't have to because of our Blade Storm. We position ourselves here, so that lets us mark it. He's gonna go and okay, we got him. His body then flies to where he actually is, because that's what the game wants to drop his corpse. All right, mark supplies here.
Picking up a steady signal from the transponder. Firebrand is en route to make the pickup.
So we have to put ourselves, and believe it or not, with it being reaction fire, our Blade Storm actually does not bypass the lightning reflexes. So while the Spectre could move in and try and shadowbound our Golden Lotus will still take the reaction fire, and even though it can't miss, the lightning reflexes will protect him. But again, with him being counting as a robotic unit and affected by the blue screen rounds, I'd rather, as scary as it is to have a copy of a unit that has a unmissable melee attack and an unmissable melee range reaction attack, I'd rather have my blue screen rounds available to finish him off. But can we get some damage? Because we don't have to get the purifier right away. We just have to kind of better. So unit there. So we move up there. We'll have an okay shot.
What's over there?
This should be far enough, spaced out enough. Again, that's what I'm going to tell myself right before the purifier throws his grenade. Sets us both on fire. But again, I got med kits for that. Hammerhead. So Hammerhead could actually move up here now, but I don't want to trigger more enemies. But you definitely can't stay there. If you move there, you can go on that loss. That loss should be out of range. So let's do that.
Finally.
Only 94, huh? Okay.
You can't handle
Can you put damage? You could. You could put damage. Oops. Oops. You could put damage on the Spectre. Oh no.
Not even close.
Oh no, the Spectre isn't actually where it is. The Spectre's actually over there. Well, I mean, even though I didn't know where he actually was, him being 57% was still worth it. So the Spectre's the Spectre's over there somewhere. I swear this doesn't happen that often. It looks bad. It isn't normally this bad. This is something that doesn't happen that often, even though it's happened a couple of times already. My guess is just when units move and cinematics are occurring, because it looked like a lot of things was happening all at once, where pods were activating, they were activating, these people over here were activating. It was just one big activation fest. So 46 on the sniper rifle is good, because again that'll put them low enough to where we should only need 1, maybe 2 actions. I don't think... Yeah, I'm not worried about Lost over there. I'm not worried about that Lost, especially since I now know that that's what the Spectre actually is. So take your sniper shot there. Good. Some damage. So yeah, that should be low enough. Arena... I don't want you moving up. Yeah, because moving there, I don't want the Purifier to think it's okay. The problem is I don't know where else to put you, because I don't want to leave you exposed here. I don't want to move you up there. Also don't want to move you up there, because again that's another perspective. I think I'm just gonna have to leave you back here.
Heading this way.
And then maybe reload. Yeah, because if the only thing I see is Lost, that's most likely what my Overwatch shot will be is. So we don't need work. And then we'll just take our deflect here. Alright, so I must have miscounted, because I'm not seeing the Warlock coming in. Alright, so Spectre moonwalking over here. Now again, that's fine. The Spectre thinks he can make a fool of me by taking my blue screen rounds. But the joke's on him, because I have that leaves Golden Lotus free now. Alright, Purifier, again, doing his job, going on the Lost, setting him on fire. Uh-oh. Okay, so that's a flank. But again, he had to move. Alright, so for some reason he chose not to shoot. He chose to mark. A second Lancer. Alright, so it's 2 Lancers, 1 Captain. Alright, trying to go on my sharpshooter, huh?
Over here.
Hostiles got me flanked!
Alright, Lost moving in that direction. So we've got 2 that are close enough to us. I mean, I definitely... Alright, so good. Fantastic.
Those crates, Menace 1-5.
So even if all of our soldiers die, we still don't have to worry about losing contact with the region. I don't want any of our soldiers to die. It's just that if they happen to. So do I have enough damage? That's Stampede. So I do have enough damage to get the Spectre. So the question is... So it'll be one of these. Can I get in cover there? No. Okay, so I can be in cover here. Now, granted, deflect or parry will cover any target hit or miss shot at him. It's just that I want to be protected. That if I get shot at more than one time, that I'm at least in something. So, Spectre taken care of. We'll get Stampede back. Stampede, I think, was like around here somewhere. She'll get her actions back. I don't see... I'm having a hard time thinking. So if we're up here, we have to worry about the officer. So the officer can't mark somebody until the unit that he had previously marked, either the turn, I think it's like 2 or 3 turns, or if the unit dies. I don't remember if he gets to immediately remark. So if we move here, that's a flank on the officer, so he's definitely going to want to move first. However, we're flanked from the Purifier. Now, granted, the Purifier would have to move up and try and flamethrower us. And the only thing, like, maybe there's a world, like, I don't, there are mods on the Steam Workshop that give them a pistol. The problem with that, though, is that the Purifier AI stops using their flamethrower because they get the same AI that the troopers and officers and stun lancers have, where they like taking high percentage shots, and because their flamethrower ability, even though it has a chance to miss, it doesn't tell them that there's a chance to miss, so it just moves, and then if there's something in range, it flamethrowers. If there isn't anything in range, it tries to move again to get closer to maybe on their next turn flamethrower or something. When they have their pistol, I've seen, you know, gameplay footage of people who have that mod enabled where they'll just hang back and maybe move, but just shoot their pistol, which, yeah, it's a directed shot, but it has the same problem of pistols do, where they're low damage. now granted, they also have return. They also give them return fire, so that's something that when you're playing with that mod, that's something that can happen, because again, with a bunch of health and a bunch of armor, they're more likely to survive attacks as compared to, say, like a regular trooper who has less health and no armor. But again, it just puts them in a situation where it takes away the thing that actually makes them work, and that's with their flamethrower. Like, it's a type of thing where I to make a mod, were I a mod maker, I'd make a mod that would make it so that it wouldn't change their kits. I would just make it so that they only show up on missions that Lost also show up on, because as I told you at the beginning, they are more effective, again, with the vanilla game. It's not that XCOM doesn't have tools, it's just that any tools that we have that involve fire are all consumable. We can only use them a certain number of times. There's a flamethrower heavy weapon that we can research that shows up in the Proving Grounds, and it also has like an improved powered version, but again, that's something that we can only use a set number of times. The Purifiers can use their flamethrower as many times as they want. There's nothing that, in fact, I don't even think they have to reload it. They can just go. They can flame over here. They can flame over. They can flame whatever it is that they want. So I move here. I mean, again, I'm worried about there being more enemies. I'm not worried about there being more Lost, because bringing Lost in would actually make things more difficult for advents, because then they would have to be like, oh, well, I like taking easy shots. Ooh, there's another crate there. So let's do that. Let's move here, see if this triggers more enemies. It does not. So let's mark here.
Good work. The Advent's locator is
so actually,
down,
I have
and
a shot on the Spectre, but again, no, I want
Firebrand will handle the pickup.
that will get Golden Lotus his second point of focus. I actually could take a shot. Yeah, because I just want the officer to move. I don't necessarily worried about him right now. Here, let's free up Stampede to see if we can get any shredding. I mean, it's unlikely because of how much where he's positioned and how far away he is. So move here. So it eliminates the Spectre. Ooh, the Spectre dropped loot. So, holy, so, yeah. Oh, and oh boy, that's a little bit better than just 2 regular laser sights. All right. So Stampede, where are you? You're there. Can you move? You can move there. But again, I have to worry about Lancer. Because again, Lancers, they only shoot. So I'm sure the only reason they shot at Ivanov is because they couldn't get to him, because Ivanov's blocking access to the ladder. Now, they can still move here, but again, through goofiness of sights, they could move here, and then there's no guarantee that they could see Ivanov. Now, granted, there's areas like here that kind of let you poke through the ladder access area. But again, you have to be like directly beneath it. And if we can hold this position, we don't have to worry about regular advent. We still have to worry about the stun lancers coming in, because again, stun lancers have no regard for their own safety. They have no problem running up and batoning us. Oh yeah, I was looking at Stampede. So you can't see him from there. Can't see him from there. Can't see him from there. Or you can see him from here. But again, you have to worry about being... Actually, if he moves up here, he'd have to move here. Actually, no. Even if he moves here, there's no guarantee that'll see him, because you'll be protected from sight. So I guess that begs the question, why can I see you from here? Are you actually... I mean, you might actually be there. I mean, yeah, if I move here... Yes, I have to worry about the Lancer, but again, the Lancer is a Lancer. I also can't imagine this is going to be a very good shot. So I'm going to go with it that it's not necessarily worth the risk. All right, so I can move up here.
Moving out.
This is a much better position. All right, 52 is fine. All right, some shredding. Oh no, it shredded his only two armor pips. But my follow-up's only 58, huh? I mean, it makes it so that I could kill. Yeah, if I hit him. Now, again, the Lost are indifferent to the source of the explosion. So an exploding advanced purifier is just as loud as our frag grenades are. So, all right, no explosions here.
Want some more?
I don't think we need to move. But could we move? We could move in this direction. We don't have to worry about this loss, because we'll slice and dice him if he moves up. So yeah, if we move here, we'll be on high cover. We'll be closer towards the next group of admins. The question is, do I want to leave you here? I mean, I don't like how two Lancers can see you, because if two Lancers can see you, they can shoot at you. And with you being in half cover, you're a far more attractive target. I also have to worry about, with me... Again, we've talked about kind of goofiness with cover and with environments, is that missed shots can damage the environments. Were they to damage the position that I'm sitting right now, I could fall, and because I'm falling 2 stories, it'd be 4 points of fall damage. So if I move back here... I mean, I just have a pistol shot. Maybe I move back here and take my reload
I can handle that.
to kind of give us a better shot of here. Plus, you'd be getting height advantage of any Lost that try and move in. You see the Lost there. So there's more. There's another crate here we can move in. There's another crate in this direction. I don't see us getting that one. So move in here, and I think take a reload. Because again, I'm not worried about that loss, because he can't move in. If he tries to move in, he might get bisected by Golden Lotus here. And then Arena, reinforce our position here, because this will give us sight here. But then again, I don't really want Overwatch. And maybe I move you up to kind of help protect us against. Because then again, that will put you in. So maybe I move you here.
Let's check that place out.
Break line of sight, and then I Overwatch in case anybody tries running up next to you. All right, our first crate is gone, but again, we're ahead of the curve. As of right now, we stand to recover more than Advent will recover.
Advent just airlifted out their first crate. We're gonna have to move fast if we want to get the rest.
Oh yeah, completely forgot about him being marked. Oh dear. Oh, this is bad. Completely forgot about him being marked. Like, 100%. I mean, he's alive. But this is the type of situation where we might... Yes, I have med kits here, but there's no guarantee he'll survive his next Yeah, there's no guarantee that he'll go into bleed out. Alright. Good work, Lotus. Okay. So again, hilariously, what once was cover, now that it's gone, is no longer cover. So you just have flanks on the Lancer there. Maybe we do something where Hammerhead. So while the game doesn't let you call evac down on where a unit currently is, there's nothing to prevent us from calling down evac and then moving a unit there. And if I just so happen to move evac, let's say like right here, I could dash in, have this spot. Even if I trigger more units, that's fine, because there'll be this wall of nice lost that they'll be more interested in. But again, that means I'm committed to only having 5 soldiers for the rest of the mission. Plus, that's an instance of I mean, I guess maybe we could, if we leave it as just the one movement point, we could give Stampede 2 instances of shooting. So yeah, I'd have 2 shots on the Lancer. All right, let's do that.
Roger that.
I mean, we might just eliminate him with the 1. 93, but we're gonna have to either low roll and crit or just roll high.
Taken care of. Toss me some ammo.
I'm sorry, you are required to reload your own weapons, Stampede. Okay, Ivanov only sees loss, but again, that's fine. That's one of the reasons why you're here. So this is a good target, because it's a dasher, because we can't outrun dashers.
Did you see that one?
Gets our action back. I guess maybe, because again, I'm not going to move you back here. So the other Lancer, I think, is still back in this direction. What do we do? Lotus, can you get to the captain officer? So with the officer being the pod leader, they'll move next. So he'll take, if he takes 7 damage here, that'll put him at 6. Another 7 damage from Blade Storm will eliminate him and still preserve our deflect. The problem is that if we trigger more advent units, where would I move? So I'd be here. I could either be... Alright, so I can be... So this will put me in high cover, but again, it won't protect me from this side. It only protects me from back over here. I mean, it's possible there could be advent over here. Can I do... I don't think I have enough actions with Hammerhead to do that. Because again, I have to decide... I have to commit to... Do we evac Hammerhead or do we leave him? Where's our nearest med kit that we have available? Ivanov. So it's Ivanov and Devil. So that would require Hammerhead. You could move here, be in full cover, have a shot at the officer, but again, does it tell me? I don't think it tells me how many. Yeah, I'm just marked. So this will be our second turn. I'm pretty sure it'll be one more turn of being marked. But then again, I won't know until the XCOM turn ends. And again, when it ends, he could just mark and shoot again anyways. So you'd be able to move here with my weapon being 5 to 7. So I'd have to, if I roll 5, that'd put him at 8. So my first shot, but again, no, I'm not worried about the officer, because I've already lined out how it is I'm going to eliminate the officer. So it's going to be an issue of, do I trigger more enemies? So let's find out. Let's find out if we trigger more enemies. Now, if I trigger them from this side, it's gonna be a little rough. But if I trigger them from over here, I'll be at least protected from this side. So let's do the high cover here. All right, 8 points puts him at 5. So So I didn't trigger new enemies, but I was hoping to maybe get a better sight on where that other Lancer is. So I can definitely stay here. Even if they mark this crate next turn, I'll be able to get to it. Do I see any new crates? I see a new crate over here, so I could go boom, mark, boom, mark. Now, granted, I only get my instance of parry if it is preceded by a rend. Like, there's been a number of times where I've faced a Chosen that was, in fact, immune to melee, but I did a rend and then parry anyways, because the only way you get the option to parry is after a rend attack. So we don't have to worry about the captain. Captain's finished. And again, with the officer being the pod leader, we don't have to worry about any strange things. Because the officer, even if the officer tries an attack, our reaction will precede the attack landing. Stampede's out of action, but I could give a Stampede an... Alright. I need to put myself in a position, so if I have to move here, I could then follow up, so I can then move around back this way, but then again, I have to worry about, I'd rather not worry about more enemies over there, but I also need to be out of range of the Lancer, so we're definitely gonna not want to move in that direction. How many? So these are regular loss. These are regular. All right, let's try and take out the dasher that's on top here. We could, but we're going to need to not. We're going to need to hit and not low roll. All right, got exactly what we needed.
You know that was good.
So let's move Hammerhead in this direction. See if we trigger more enemies. Doesn't trigger more enemies. Alright, let's take our reload here. We don't have to move in to heal him, but we want to put in our position to where we could.
I hope it's worth it.
Do I see... Alright, just see the officer, so we'll overwatch in case we see... we'll do the same thing with Arena. Leave Arena here. Take our deflect here. I think... So we reload, pistol overwatch, because again, Advent X before the loss, and if we happen to shoot more loss, that's fine. Our pistol doesn't need to be reloaded anyway, so. Alright, tries to get away, but you can't outrun the Golden Lotus. Alright, the Lancer was much closer than I thought he was. Alright, good job.
Cruising into the lead. Let's keep it going.
Good job keeping yourselves alive, guys. It was a team effort. It was a group effort. We needed two of the three. Alright, so the one over there and the one back over there. Alright, who do you see? Because again, we're concerned about this loss because these lost only see us. So there's a 3 health one there. I mean, it's only 92, but again...
Not too shabby.
I saw a 4 health one that we can't miss. And fortunately, no loss at any point. Yes, they get more health. They don't get any more dodge. So we don't have to worry about having situations where we deal half as much damage than we thought we were going to. 5. Ooh, that one's beefy. Alright, let's not worry about these right now. So Devil Pup, we could move you there and heal, but that'd be all of your actions. Hammerhead, I mean, maybe you can help your preserve yourself, because I'd like to eliminate these guys, move in, mark here, because it would, again, take both of my actions. Oh, no, I'm meant to stay with Hammerhead. Can you see him? You cannot. So if I move here, Alright, let's do that. Let's move. Yeah, so if we move Stampede here, this will be closer to see if there's any new enemies down there. No new enemies. Alright, can't miss. Thank you, Scope. Thank you, Scope. Thank you for helping us not miss.
Good riddance. Need a
Let's
resupply.
move. I mean, again, I'd like to not have to dash in there, but I kind of only have that option. But again, let's only do that if these lost are cleaned. Definitely Golden Lotus. Golden Lotus will move you here, with the possibility maybe in the future getting that crate. So yeah, our next turn we could theoretically blue move, mark it, move back in somewhere, because again we're up to 14 mobility with our 2 points of focus. Ivanov. Yeah, these are both 5 health, so you could. Emphasis on could get them. Okay. Let's try and get the other one.
Impressed yet?
Not quite. I will be impressed if you kill this one though. I swear I'll be impressed. I'll be so impressed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm impressed.
See that one?
I did see that one.
Reloaded.
And then we'll just take our Overwatch. So let's do that. Let's move in Pup. Devil Pup. Use your heal, because again, I'm now seeing a a loss that's in there.
Come on, get back in the fight.
I guess maybe this is a situation where I could use our teamwork, because again, I can't even target it because I can't see it, because no one can see it. Like, it's a situation where, so even though Hammerhead doesn't see it, but if someone else had sight of it, I could then do my sword attack.
Good to go.
So let's see. Okay, more lost. So yeah, let's definitely do that. I see. Yeah, another one over there. We're still looking at probably one more pod of of advents, but they're most likely way back over here. So again, let's focus on, because again, with there being lost at the start of the mission, we can't. The mission is not considered all enemies are neutralized until we neutralize all the lost that were on the map when the mission began. That will also cause the waves of lost to stop spawning. So let's mark here. Let's get our action from Stampede.
No retreat, no surrender.
Let's then see. So this is 94. 94 is pretty good, but again, Hammerhead. If you don't clear this guy out, he's gonna arm smack you. He's gonna dink knock you. Okay.
How many is that now?
I've actually haven't been counting. Fortunately, I have a stats guy. I got a stats guy who watches all these missions with me. He'll tell me at the end of the mission how many you've gotten. So yeah, with all these being regular lost, we'll just move back over here.
Do this.
And then Irina, get up as far as you can. You're a little out of position, but again, that was by design, because we wanted to give us the best shot on that Lancer as possible. I mean, hey, if you hit this, that'd be a pretty cool trick shot. Okay, no, that's fine. Oh, that's right. Even the lost get affected by tactical analysis. So even lost revealed on our turn only get a single action. I had forgotten that. Okay, there was another lost that was kind of like behind us again, though it was being obscured. But again, that's fine. They were just a regular lost, a plain old baby lost. Okay, let's see if we trigger more enemies in this direction. We do not. So I see 2 over here. That's the map edge there, because you can kind of see like the red lines that indicates that there is no more level over here. There's another one over there. So our theoretical advent pod could be back in here still. But again, let's worry about what's directly in front of us, and I see a bunch of lost directly in front of us. Okay, can take him out. You could, if you hit him. We have Molotovs too for the brute, so we'll save our Molotovs for that. Hammerhead. Can you Molotov? I did not give you any Molotovs, so no, you cannot. Stampede. Could you... I mean, you're out of ammo. So, yeah, let's see. So, because you're out, let's get some height advantage first. So, Devil Pup. Can't miss. Can't not kill this guy.
There you go.
Devil Pup, move up here.
I'm going.
Theoretically, you could take out these two. You have just enough ammo to take out these two. Alright, can't miss this one. You can't miss that one.
Use some ammo over here.
Oh. I see, that's me not double checking my targets. Alright, so I move you up here. You should be able to flame them, but then I have to worry about the lost here. Alright, double check. No, it was not the 3 health one. So you actually see him right now. So with the brutes, the brutes, think of like the brutes as like backwards dashers, where they deal more damage than their other lost compatriots, but at the expense of having significantly reduced. Actually, no. Now I'm seeing it. They have the exact same mobility as their lost. So, well, there's less of them on a mission. They have way more health. They do in fact do more damage. Like you can clearly see here, over twice, almost three times as much as the regular lost. So I'm confident that even if you miss here, I don't have to worry about the brute coming in and one tapping you with your reduced health. Okay.
Who's keeping score?
Let's see. Hammerhead, I told you, there's a guy already. There's a guy keeping literally keeping score. Hammerhead. So if I stay here, I mean, I could. It would save me a Molotov, and plus this doesn't. It's not immediately marked, so yeah. Okay, that's fine. Does that finish things up? Maybe Arena could move up. Yeah, Arena could move up.
Going over there.
All right, a less good shot, but again, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So because we have crates in this direction, let's actually just Overwatch Golden Lotus here. Okay, now I'm comfortable with Ivan of taking the shot. Excellent.
Impressed yet?
So I think, since I'm thinking this is where our other group could be, since this building is obscuring Ivanov's point of view. Yeah, I enter up here, so let's dash you in there. Stampede, reload. So since we had this group spawn most recently, we don't have to worry about getting lost now. So I will position you. Let's move you up here.
I'm on the move.
All right, 2 more crates. All right, I didn't see. I don't think we have any more advents. Because the only thing we didn't see, alien activity. I mean, so if I reveal enemies in this direction, I'll be protected from this side. But again, the game feels bad for us and lets us mark crates even though we are out of actions. Yes, there is. Yes, there is more advents. I just happen not to move close enough to them. Reload here. So the question is, I saw them just briefly over there. If I dash in here, it's Hammerhead. Can Stampede? Can you? All right, Stampede, you can dash in.
Move!
Let's then Arena. So I have you there. Devil Pup, you can Overwatch. So Hammerhead could be like right here.
Let's move already.
Arena, move there.
Let's go here.
because again, it's likely that they're moving in the direction of Golden Lotus, but again, Golden Lotus does not fear melee only enemies because of his Blade Storm. But yeah, we're definitely going to move. The question is, though, if I have Ivanov here, is it far enough away? Maybe here is like the next safest, because I'll be far enough back where they most likely won't see us. But even if they're in this area, I should have sight. Again, emphasis on should. I'm just using my best guess. Overwatches, please and thank you. And again, I don't think they're going to move in our direction. All right, so here's our definitively last pot of advents. Now, the Mind Shield protects us from the sectoids. It does not protect us from being shadowbound, though. We can still be knocked unconscious. Alright, Lost didn't do a whole lot there, but again, that's fine. Alright, so sectoid there. Spectre and I think other sectoid are kind of back a little bit further this way. Another crate over there. Can I shoot? Because again, I would prefer Stampede not getting Shadowbound this time. Because again, I need the Spectre being at full health. I need the blue screen rounds now. Please and thank you. So if I were to hypothetically dash Lotus, you could get this far, but then again, I'm kind of giving up on recovering these because we're at 7 with 3 to go. So we're at 1, 2. So these are the last 3. We see all the remaining crates. They're also all very gettable. So I dash here. I'm only protected from half cover. But then again, I have to worry about Spectre coming in and shadow binding my blue screen rounded units. So I'd have to go. I can't jump through there because again, the metal fencing, even though it's decrepit. I'd like to think, with a little bit of effort, maybe you could like hop on here then hop over. But no, game doesn't let you do that. I guess maybe we move back here. Or I guess we could always just do this. Can I throw my battle scanner that far? I can. I probably should have just done that first. Alright, the Spectre's inside the vehicle. But again, one of the how the game handles unit knowledge is that if Advent can see any of your units, they know where all of your units are. So even though let's go back over. Yeah, so even though... So if I move there, yeah, I still can't see the Spectre. But the only reason I can't see the Spectre is because the door. The Spectre could absolutely positively go through the door, come over here, shadow bind me. The unit that I don't want to be shadow binded. But at least I know kind of which direction I can move in. So Irina, copy. You're fine. I think I'm also fine with Devil Pup. Because again, I don't have to worry about... Yeah, so if I move here, I don't think I have to worry about even if the sectoid moves up, I don't have to worry about him getting shot at. So this will be our follow-up for where the Spectre goes, whatever the Spectre does. Maybe they shadow binds one of them. Maybe I'm sure they still have enough mobility to try and shadow bind Stampede anyways. But hey, that's fine. That's okay. So if I dash, yeah. So dashing him here. I mean, maybe that will do a good enough job of breaking line of sight on everybody, and then they'll just have to focus on the Lost. And again, a Shadowbound Golden Lotus is scary, but it's less scary because I'll have my blue screens available. So let's do that. you just have view of the loss, so let's do that. Let's just reload. And then I think we'll hunker down just to be super duper double safe. Hammerhead. What to do with you? So if I leave you up here, it should give us sight of here. But again, with you only being in half cover, as much as I want to take a reload, I don't want to worry about you getting shot at. And then Stampede, same story. You're only in half cover. Maybe if I had more than just the one Overwatch shot, I'd do that. But there's a good chance with the Spectre being the pod leader, we'll move first, and it'd just be a waste. It'd just be a waste of my. Okay, moves up. All right, so shoots but doesn't kill, so his turn's over. I mean, I guess he's thinking, oh, how could I not kill them? All right, Sectoid finishes him off though. Moves back up. Sectoid moves once. Sectoid moves again. They are, I think they're allowed to. I think the lost bodies are possible targets for their psionic zombie. At least I think so. Alright, lost. That was over there, is now over here. Alright, they got some damage. But again, Spectre, very flankable. The question is, can I move? So I can move there. And again, even though it's only half cover, I'm faced with enemies that like using their abilities and generally will only shoot if they have no other options. So this is a very safe flank, even though it's only in half cover. It's actually even an okay shot too. Excellent, and no dodge. So arena, you could theoretically stay there. You don't have a fantastic shot. Lotus, you could move in. I think all these lost are low enough. Yeah, the dasher's low enough. I mean, I don't see myself getting this one because that would involve me. Yeah, in fact, even if I dash in, I'm still not enough. So let's have it be Golden Lotus's responsibility. So so I can be in cover there, because the two sectoids are over here, and again they're going to want to use their mind spin abilities because they didn't show up to the meeting that Advent was going to tell them that XCOM has this new thing called the Mind Shield, where it's going to prevent your mind controlling efforts. So if we go here, gets rid of the Spectre. Okay, there is a dasher with a fair amount of health, but again, with us dealing 7 to 8. Yeah, 5, 2, 3, and again, it's each unit. It's one per unit, so they'll get one slice on this. If this slice moves in, one slice on this one. If this one moves in, it's not just one instance of Blade Storm. I mean, I suppose that'd be one way to make it fair, is that you rather than a reaction against anyone who moves in, it's only a reaction once. Of course, then again, you have to remember that Blade Storm. I mean, if we're being honest, the real way to make Blade Storm fair is to not give it to a unit that can't miss. So again, this is the developers going, okay, we want melee attacks to be high risk, high reward, but again, is it really high risk if the attack can't miss? Yes, there's a weapon that our Rangers can get that will also cause them to no longer miss their melee attacks, but again, you have to do something extra special in order to get that weapon. So we'll take our parry. Let's actually start working on. We don't have to worry about you. We don't have to worry yet. So let's just start working on. Even though it's a terrible shot, we'll just start working on the sectoids. That's fine. I didn't need you to hit that anyways. Devil Pup. Yeah, Devil Pup. Again, I don't have to worry about the sectoids because we're far enough out. So just dash in there. I mean, if anything, I'm looking for more Lost, because again, our mission can't end until we defeat all of the Lost. I mean, yes, I could evac, but I'd rather have all of the juicy, sweet, juicy Advent corpses that I've been spending all this time killing. Hammerhead, hang back.
Affirmative. Covering out.
Reload. We'll just Overwatch as well. Because again, we're only concerned about these sectoids. If we happen to shoot and miss with the Lost, that's fine. All right, he almost. I mean, I guess no, maybe he would have had to move here in order to have a flank. So. All right, sectoid buddy helping us out. Oh, look at him go. Any second now, Golden Lotus. Okay, there we go. I guess he hasn't sliced on this way because he hasn't tried to attack him yet. Okay, yeah, he was just about to attack him. He's like, nope, actually, I attack you. Alright, and then there was one. This is... I mean, you can already see with the second time we've got this mission, how our equipment has improved, how our soldier abilities have improved, our soldier units have gotten better because we didn't have a Templar to bring with us the first time we had this mission. Now, granted, it was in the more difficult map type because again, while there are some variations of the wilderness map, they're kind of laid out the same, where there's a ridge. There's usually a train because there's almost always train tracks, so there's less opportunities for high ground as opposed to the abandoned map types, which I guess is by design because again it's mirroring and urban environments. You know what type of city doesn't have tall buildings.
Not too shabby.
So I want to take. So can I get? I prefer to just get it now. Alright, so I'd have to dash. So maybe I don't want to put myself there. Would that kill the sectoid though? That would kill the sectoid. So I move here. I move back over here, even though I'm flanked from a potential sectoid. I'd have my parry up. So let's do that. Move back. Oh, I do have enough mobility. So let's move over here. Again, I'm gonna not have to worry about. Oh no, I do have to worry about getting shot at because I didn't parry. Well, I'll be in half cover, so maybe he won't shoot at me because he'll be too busy shooting at the Lost. In fact, yeah, let's dig more in. Let's pick on this poor sector even more.
Get it together.
So if we move, yeah, let's move first. Yeah, we'll move in the direction of where our enemies are. So this way.
I'll go.
Move and shoot. So while yes, you can, you are allowed to target them for combat protocol. You do not get the benefit of headshot if you defeat them. So have I combat protocol a Lost before? Yes, but only because I needed it to be not there anymore.
Okay, so I got one.
You're out of target, so
Let's
reload.
do this.
Hammerhead, hang back. Move up to high cover. Alright, nothing. Overwatch. Move up to. So it's just a high cover from this side, so it won't be from the sectoid. But I also don't want to move you up too far. So I mean, just hold this position then.
Watching here.
Alright, He moved. He moved. He moved up.
Targeting system must be busted.
All right, double move. Because he was technically flanked by Golden Lotus. Uh-oh. Alright, he's alive for now.
That's the last of the supply crates in this area. Menace 1-5, you're clear for evac. We got what we came for, so don't take any unnecessary chances out there.
So it's that silly thing I was talking about. So even though the game doesn't really care. Now, fortunately, if I try and blow this up, it will warn me saying you're about to explosively damage one of your own units. Are you sure? But again, the only reason this popped up is because there are enemy units. It doesn't factor in the fact that I have friendly units there. All right, so now that I'm now realizing that that's an explosive, let's move. Let's fall back. Hundreds there.
Nice.
So we have 98. So go on the big health one. Excellent.
He's down. On reserve.
Sharpshooter, what do you see? So you've got a shot there. So you've got... So this is your only non, so that should be your only pistol targets. Yeah, and then that's not exactly enough. So go on the low health one, because you're let's see if we can get you just a little bit closer. Okay. The the EXP preview kind of spoiled it for me, but that's okay. Take your reload. I mean, maybe we'll use your pistol shots. But we are focused on, yeah, hammerheads. Hold your position. Can I get a better shot? That's a flank.
Let's check that place out.
And then I can, worst case scenario, I just bring in Golden Lotus, and Golden Lotus will help finish off that area. So if we go on this one, if this guy tries and moves, he's toast. And then if this Lost tries and move, then even if he just tries running past them, he's toast. And hopefully these are our last Lost, because I'm kind of running out of places to check for them.
Affirmative, covering now.
In fact, let's start moving in this direction. All right, nothing. Take a reload. Alright, moves in. Ooh. Sharpshooter tries to poach his kill. But again, that's fine. We don't, even if he did that, we don't consider those kills poached, because we're all one big happy XCOM family. Excellence. In fact, excellence. Yes, the one wound, and it was a pretty bad one. I mean, the commander. The next time I look at myself in the mirror, I'm gonna have a nice hard talk with myself about remembering. Not only was my unit marked, I threw it in half cover, so I am not surprised. In fact, I'm surprised that Hammerhead is still with us. That's how bad of a blunder that was. Golden Lotus, again, the way I use Templars, expect to see lots of MVPs with them. It's just going to be a question of how often can we use Templars. I mean, I was, again, expecting the Warlock, so it's going to be a bad time if we're in the Warlock's territory next. Now, granted, I mean, again, I'm now remembering, so this would have been the third mission in the Warlock's territory, so it was only 50-50. But again, with it being just as equally likely to happen as to not happen, knowing that I had the protection of a Templar with a Mind Shield, that was definitely worth the case. Now, it's going to be complicated if he's tired, because again, one of the other things that the Lost do is they deplete your will, because that's one of the things that lowers a soldier's will is when they see enemies, when they take damage, when they see enemies, when other bad things happen, like when other squad mates panic, their will goes down. But again, there's a cap on the amount of will you can lose in one particular mission. When did you take a second shot? I guess I don't remember. When did you take a shot in? Oh, that's right. I had a 59% that would have been a cool trick shot because they were at 2 health. Good job, Ivanov. Had high cover almost the entire way. There weren't any situations where we were overwhelmed by loss, but that's one of the reasons why I want to bring sharpshooters, even with your conventional sniper rifle, helping us maintain our position against the loss should the loss decide to come after us. Devil Pup, good job. A very solid specialist outing, which again makes sense because your weapon had a scope on it. Hammerhead, again, I profusely Hammerhead, please accept my most kindest and most heartfelt apologies for telling you to mark that crate. I mean, yes, I would have liked that crate, but again, I was more interested in keeping you alive, and the fact that you are alive is something I will thank you every time I see you. Every time I see you, Hammerhead, I will thank you for being alive. And you hit most of your shots too. Sloan, I mean, again, did what we needed to do. Shredded armored enemies. Yeah, shredded both the armors on the shield bearer and the purifier. Granted, we just happened to not see any more armor, but again, we could have seen Max, we could have seen other shield bearers, we could have seen other purifiers. Now, this was the first mission that advanced purifiers were allowed to show up on. More health, more armor on them. And then Arena is still so new that you don't even have a photograph yet. But again, that's okay. You are our 6th soldier. We didn't need you to be at your best, which is why we picked you at Squatty. But again, you stayed alive. You helped us. You helped us with the loss. In fact, you shot the most at the loss.
According to Advent officials, recent attacks by dissident elements operating outside of the city centers have done little to slow the progress of Advent's ongoing development or outreach programs. Voluntary citizen emigration numbers are reportedly at their highest level in recent years.
I mean, again, this mission 86, with our previous mission being 78, yeah, 8% is a lot. It's just that it's one of those things where our previous mission was 78, and you know, of those, if we had hit more of those shots, would we have had 2 dead soldiers? Were we doomed from the beginning to lose 2 soldiers on that mission? I'd like to think that because I was in control of things, even with 78%, I would have liked to have put ourselves in a position to keep our soldiers alive. But again, we'll never know because we're living in the universe where we did lose 2 soldiers on the last mission and didn't lose 2 soldiers here. We had just the 1 injury. But again, we put ourselves in a position where we had supplies to bring in more rookies to train them.
We're evening up the score, Commander. Good work out there.
Okay, so Golden Lewis is in fact tired. I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see how tired, because it's entirely possible that it's not so tired that you can't come out the next time we're in the Warlock's territory. So, Lieutenant, face off, exactly what it says it does. When you activate this ability, any units that you can see with your pistol, and again, this is normally on our sharpshooters. So our sharpshooters, as you saw when we had his pistol out, can only fire their pistol the way regular XCOM units can. It's only the sniper rifles that can fire from squad sight range. That's another thing that was changed from XCOM Enemy Unknown to XCOM 2, is that the game lets you fire your pistol at squad sight range. Now, granted, they were terrible shots because the pistol had pretty severe range penalties at ranges like that. But again, you weren't getting further ranged penalized the way you get range penalized from squad sight and XCOM 2. So channel, so any enemy any enemy that dies, whether the Templar kills it or not, has a 20% chance to drop a kind of its own separate loot pile. It'll look similar to when the yellow loot drops. However, it will be purple, because in XCOM purple means psionic. So it has 20% on regular units, and then psionic units have a 50%. So sectoids, Evan priests. I don't remember if specters. I do not believe specters count as psionic units, but there are a couple more psionic units that we do have coming that will count as psionic. So 20% on regular units. So think of it as 1 of every 5. So maybe in 2 pods, one will have 1 instance of it. And again, it's something that if the Templar walks up to it and is in the collection radius, he gets a focus. We have a choice between that and deflect. So as long as the Templar has focus, there is a chance to deflect incoming shots, completely avoiding the damage. So think of it as more instances of parry. So the base chance is 30 at focus 1. Every additional focus level beyond that goes up an additional 10%. So without any additional training, it doesn't get higher than 40%. One of their skills is that they can have, instead of getting a max of 2, they can get a max of 3. So it tops out at 50%. And again, it's only ranged single target, so it won't. The Templar can parry the damage from grenades. Deflect cannot negate the damage from grenades. That's why it's a little. Again, it's not bad, but we want to put ourselves in positions where we're not getting shot at it in the first place. Now, granted, parry helps us with that, with enemies have to take actions. But if we're in a situation where we had more enemies than we're prepared to deal with, yes, deflect could help, but then again, we're relying on coin flips, and relying on coin flips in XCOM is a recipe for disaster. The problem is that face-off, yes, taking face-off would be okay. My aim growth is just okay. My aim growth is not the same as the sharpshooters. So when a sharpshooter gets face-off, their higher aim can help with face-off, because again, it takes a standard shot. There's no, it still respects cover bonuses. It still gets height advantage, but again, very, very rarely do I leave. I'm only taking height advantage if I'm generally falling back from a position, and again, only because I'm falling back, I'm going to be wanting high cover anyways. And it's not that there's never ever high cover on elevated shots. It's just that the most likely cover you're going to see is the half cover. So even though we're not going to benefit a ton from channel, I have yet to cast Volts. This would at least make me more likely to cast Volts. I mean, Volt's not bad. It's just that it costs focus, and I would rather have focus, keeping the focus, because keeping the focus increases our shard gauntlets, or I guess we're up to our weapon damage. It increases our mobility, which gives us a greater range. As you saw with the mission there, I had way more mobility than I thought I was going to. So rather than leaving myself flank, I was able to move myself back into cover. I mean, again, yes, dealing double damage to psionic units, again, it isn't bad. It's just that I can count on one hand the number of units in the game that constitute as psionic units. Now, granted, we'll get to a point where we're most likely going to be having psionic units on almost every mission, but again, it's sometimes only 1 or 2. Now, granted, there are some sit reps that will increase the chance of psionic units. Maybe those are missions where we can bring our Templar with the intent of using Volt, especially since we will be taking Channel, and Channel will be giving those psionic units a 50% chance of dropping the you get focus loot. The also kind of awkward thing is that it will kind of obscure the regular loot ones. Now that I think about it, I think there is a mod on the workshop that better clarifies that. That I might have to look into. Alright, Devil Pup. So I believe this is our first lieutenant. our first lieutenant specialist. So our options are field medic. Equipped med kits have 2 extra charges, or scanning protocol. So think of scanning protocol as an instance of battle scanner, but rather than us throwing it to a designated location, it's a area around the specialist. I don't think it tells us here. Can trigger instant scans in an area, sight radius, hidden or disguised. Yeah, so 1 charge. Even with our increase in our gremlin tech, it still doesn't get beyond 1 charge. So yeah, it behaves identical. Not only does it behave identical to scanning protocol, it'll still do that cool kind of 3D kind of wire outline that we see when we use our battle scanners. So yeah, even though it doesn't tell us, the range is technically larger than the battle scanner, but it has the complication of it is only from a radius from the specialist position. I mean, we're still going to take it. It's not that field medic is bad. It's just that field medic is something that will loop back around to. It's something that it's almost something I always take when I have medical protocol. But again, with us being on Legend, we need these sources of guaranteed damage so badly because we have no safety net protecting us from long strings of high hit chances missing. We have nothing that's assisting our aim. There's no hidden bonuses that units get if they go through long strings of missing shots. So we need to take abilities that give us guaranteed damage. Now, granted, to say there's going to be times where I am going to pick these. It's just that I need all of the specialists that I have right now. I need them taking combat protocol. But again, when we get our training facility, these are abilities we're absolutely going to want to loop back on because there are longer, significantly longer missions. The Advent Blackside is a good example of where it available. I would have had either medical protocol and field medic because if you remember correctly, while for the most part we were in control, almost everyone was injured on that mission, and we were in a position to where almost everyone was in you can't take one more hit range. So this is something that on those longer missions can definitely help out. Now, granted, healing units back to more health does not reduce their wound recovery times. It's just something that we use to keep them in the fight. Even if they go into bleed out and we stabilize them, they become unconscious. So it's something that yes, we do have revival protocol. We only get 1 revival protocol charge per mission. So we don't want to be in a situation where we have multiple units being incapacitated. One of the things that revival protocol can also help with is that you can. So in addition to being able to doing it remotely, it gives us the option for our regular med kits that we bring with us to then resuscitate. Now, granted, it consumes the charge, so it's something that you have to have field medic in order to use it because you can't have a position to where. Now, granted, medical protocol does give you a charge of medkit. It's just that it's further increased by bringing medkits with you. But it also doesn't give you the immunities that the medkit does. So if you have medical protocol, you can still be affected by poison. Now, granted, you could use the medical protocol on yourself. The game allows you to medical protocolize yourself to remove the poison. But again, just having the medkit on you makes you immune to poison, and especially if we have all of our advent units having a chance to poison us, that's something that we have to deal with right now. So as of right now, I believe scanning protocol helps us the best to eliminate enemy units. Now, granted, how it does that exactly, I mean, I guess it helps us find concealed units like the assassin, which will prevent them from attacking from concealments. But again, it's hard to know exactly when to use it because you only get 1 charge of it. Like maybe if you had 2 charges, or maybe it's something where it could be like a battle scanner where you get it further increases, but you have to spend a battle charger scan. Because again, this is better at helping find the assassin, because we've seen before we threw our battle scanner in the wrong position with it being such a large radius around the specialist. It's a greater chance of finding it because we don't have to worry about scanning the wrong area. Again, see you in 16 days, Hammerhead. Which is unfortunate. We might have to bring Stampede out on a mission because, I mean, Stampede's ready to go. Of course, then again, Stampede didn't get marked and shot at. Alright, this is what I like to see. Look at those supplies, look at those alloys, look at those crystals, a superior laser sight. I mean, superior focus is okay. Elerium cores, the scope that we saw, the data cache that we saw. I think this is our first shield bearer corpse that we've been able to recover. They unlocked something else at our proving grounds. Lancer, okay. Yeah, shield bearer autopsy. Let's see. Alright, so 9 days on Golden Lotus. So there's a chance that our next mission, if our next mission is in the Warlock's territory, it will be 100%, we'll be guaranteed to see him. But it's also possible that it won't be. And again, I'm not going to say I will never ever bring a tired units, because there have been times where I brought tired units out. I do not plan, Golden Lotus, I do not plan on bringing you out if you are tired. That is not my intention. That is not what I want to do. But you know, just be aware. Okay, that's hilarious. We just got a bunch of alloys. But that's fine. We don't need to take this. We weren't going to take it anyways because we had our scan times sabotaged.
I do not think I could have predicted this outcome, though it is intriguing.
It is intriguing.
I find it unusual, to say the least, that the subject so often referred to in the past as the Thin Man has now been revealed to actually be a genetic derivative of this wholly reptilian creature.
So Thin Men is a reference to the first XCOM game, Enemy Unknown. The Thin Men were kind of a, yeah, kind of tall, lanky. They had sunglasses. They behaved like the Vipers, where they had like a poison spit. They had a plasma weapon kind of similar to the Vipers. The idea being, this is what the Vipers kind of look like in their unaltered state. The Thin Men is what the Elders altered the Vipers to make them look enough like humans to where they could kind of infiltrate at the civilian level. But it's something that, as the Faceless became available, who are able to truly conceal themselves, they stopped gene modding them, and now they have them just kind of back in their regular reptilian form. So Battlefield Medicine, this is going to serve as our upgrade to our medkits. They're going to heal more. We're not going to get more charges, but they are going to. We'll still have the same immunities. So now, I believe now we do encryption. So yeah, as nice as it would be for the Faceless, I still don't think we have enough Faceless corpses, because it goes from 2 corpses to 3 corpses. I mean, I guess worst case scenario, we do have these data pads and data caches are getting closer to where I wouldn't mind spending research time on them. But again, with 117 intel, 80 of that is committed to our next region, so we'll have 37 left over, which isn't a whole lot to do. So again, we might have to. There might be a point where we are having to do that. I mean, it is only 12 days for again. That's almost all of our Illyrium. I have to remember. So I could always switch. I could start alien encryption, because Illyrium is we have to research Illyrium. It'll get us some upgrades, like it'll give us a potential upgrade to our power relay, but this is what gates our tier 3 weapons and armor research. I should be able to switch away. Yeah, I'm not gonna have right this second. So I've already committed the resources to the plasma grenades. Okay, so Battlefield Medicine does need an Elerium core, but fortunately I do have Elerium cores available, so let's commit the resources to that.
I'll send word as soon as we're finished, Commander.
Let's move that up. Again, someday we'll have experimental ammo. So in 4 days, plasma grenades, 10 days to Battlefield Medicine, 161 supplies. There's an upgrade that doing plasma grenades unlocks. Yeah, so in 4 days we'll find out. So I won't switch to Elerium right away.
Commander.
So we'll start with alien encryption, because again, we can always switch back to it.
Commander.
We won't lose, if we do switch, we don't lose any already made progress. There's only issues that if, hypothetically, if we had gotten a inspired bonus to alien encryption, and then we later switch, we would then, when we switch back to it, no longer be getting that research benefits. Alright. 4 more days. Alright, so Grenadier any second now. There we go. So let's then move our
could use a place to coordinate their operations,
Pierre.
Commander. This ring Shen designed
You will be a
sounds
specialist.
like a great candidate for our next construction effort.
Thank you, Bradford. Alright, I'm just now remembering. Alright, so there's nothing. Yeah, we don't have intel. They wanted repeaters. I don't think we have to worry about the repeaters, because even if we have repeaters, we can always just sell them again in the future. Yeah, I don't have the intel to buy the Elerium crystal, so yeah, we'll just go to the supply drop here. Alright, looks like our Viper rounds fell off.
It is unfortunate, Commander, that your
Spokesman,
recent
come
efforts
on.
have proven to be so mediocre.
Come on, they had 1 block of Avatar progress, 1. I didn't fail any missions. Come on. Spokesman, you're killing me. Alright, retribution from the assassin. Sabotage, so now the Warlock's gonna try and sabotage us. Okay, gone to ground is annoying, but again, it's only for 6 weeks. Now, it's actually technically more than 6 weeks, because just like when the black market, we first had the opportunity to find it, we had to scan an area first. That will happen again, so they'll go to ground, and then in 6 weeks we'll get a scanning site that will be, I think it was like 4 days, so like 4 to 5 days. Again, if we don't counter return fire, we'll have to worry about it, and I believe that's the same story with the hidden vent. If we don't counter the hidden vent, it'll go in. It'll go through. Again, as much as I like the black markets, I'm fine with just going without for 6 weeks. We have the weapons that we want right now. Now, granted, in 6 weeks, that could be a different story. I could change my tune. In 6 weeks, I could look at our financial situation and go, oh man, I can't believe I let the black market disappear. Why didn't I save the black market? But again, at this exact moment, I can handle this. So if anything, now again, what the potential rewards are could influence me. But as of right now, I'm leaning towards the hidden event, because there are some particularly scary events that we haven't seen. Now, granted, there is no anything that we see here goes back into the potential deck of dark event cards, so there's a chance we could see Viper rounds again someday. Anything that we have already countered or has already gone through can go back in there someday. But generally, we'll see the other things that we haven't seen first before we see those again. I don't like seeing the new construction of a research facility coming up, because when a new facility is built, it raises the Avatar project by 1, and we are conveniently only 1 pip away. So again, things didn't work out to try and skulljack the Advent Captain last time. We'll be in a position to where we will have to, even if that means risking our soldiers' lives, because while our soldiers' lives are important, the campaign must continue. So I'm sure it'll be fine. And then expect a retaliation strike with the inclusion of a brand new enemy. All right, so Templars, what are my options? So yeah, I was thinking about deeper learning. Vengeance, again, this isn't bad, but this is something that we are only sliding this in if we have no other options. And as you can see, we have 2 options. As we do kind of part 2, of the Hunt the Chosen, this will unlock the second faction card. There is no third card slot. I believe through upgrades we can get 3 cards at our resistance ring. We can definitely get 2. I'm pretty sure we can get a third one. I could be misremembering though. So let's start. I think because this isn't retroactive, it only happens on promotions that take place with this card in place. I think we'll do that. Again, it's not that 10% having faster gaining experience. Again, with we're not going to on lower difficulties. It's impactable. On Legend, we're probably not going to notice the benefit. We absolutely positively will notice the 25% increase in ability points, and especially this affects our faction heroes who don't need the training center to take multiple abilities. But we get any, even if we take this card out, any ability points that we've earned will stay with this. So it's something that when we get to the end of the game, where we have mostly high ranked soldiers who are no longer getting promotions, maybe then we could work in Vengeance, because again, when you're max level, the increase in XP doesn't do anything. There's no, there's no like mastery or expertise systems for in place in XCOM where there is a benefit to over leveling your soldiers. So maybe then that's an example when we could slot in Vengeance. But as of right now, this helps us the most right now. Tactical Analysis continues to do heavy lifting for us, and then Infiltrate, again, marvelous, fantastic, stupendous. Thank you, Reapers. Thank you, Reapers, for teaching us XCOM how to infiltrate.
Our influence with the Resistance factions has motivated them to share some new information on the Chosen.
This is interesting. So I was leaning towards doing whatever the next part of 14 days, though. So the thing with sabotage is that, yes, it does in fact reduce Avatar project progress, but I believe I mentioned it before. So what this does is that it picks one of the facilities. I believe it picks something that would be in the Reapers area, but then again, I'm not entirely sure. It may just pick it at random. It will pick one of the facilities with Avatar project progress on it, and we do have ones that have Avatar project progress that is greater than 1. It then picks one of those and reduces it by 1. Now granted, were there a situation where either we had no facilities, or if all the facilities were at 1, it would then reduce the overall Avatar project progress, kind of like the master. This is the progress that happens even if there are no facilities. It happens slower. We also have the difficulty of this could be our first ambush mission. So my options are, so I have to absolutely positively, I have to send a sergeant. I'm less concerned. Yes, hacking would be nice, but I don't think I'm going to have a, I do not have a, so they can't be tired and they can't be injured. Oh yeah, and Sparks, without mods, Sparks cannot go out on covert actions. So my options are, so Stampede, you would not have your buddy. Tauros, you could go out with Aquila, but again, Aquila, I want you to be available to face the Chosen Assassin, because it's looking like, so it was Black Site she showed up on, Council Mission she did not, Guerrilla Ops she did not. We were not in her territory for, so yeah, we're at the 50-50. She could show up. There's a chance she could show up on the next mission in her territory. So I want to have Aquila available, even if you are terrified of Vipers. But again, that's fine. It doesn't permanently ruin you for the entire mission. It's just one instance of panic. We could commit the Reaper, but again, the Reaper would have someone with them who. Now, granted, this can be anyone. The only reason I'm concerned is because it's with there being lost. If it is an ambush mission, it is the abandoned map type, and the abandoned map type always has lost. The way ambushes work is that you'll load into the mission. You'll have your first XCOM turn. The Advent turn will then get a reinforcement flare. On lower difficulties, it's just a captain and a trooper. On Legend, it is always a captain and 2 troopers. So while I'm hesitant to bring only 2 soldiers, now yes, I can negate the capture, which is I have the supplies, which I will do. Yes, low means I think it's something like either 25 or 33% chance, and that's something that's directly tied to the info level of the Chosen. But since we have not uncovered the Chosen territory that the Reapers are in, it's that's probably why it's so low. But again, it's also, this is our only covert action for the month. I mean, it's a pretty solid. So if I'm trying to think. We were at about 27 days. If the progress triggers almost immediately, I'd have to go down to 13 days. Now, fortunately, whether or not the success of reducing the Avatar Project progress is not required that both of these units survive. I want these units to survive because I was already devastated when I had one mission where I lost 2 soldiers, having another mission where I potentially could lose another 2 soldiers. Obviously, we would continue, we would persevere, but again, the reduction in Avatar Project progress is not paramount on them returning from, successfully returning from. I guess the idea being they do whatever it is that they did, whether it's blowing up infrastructure, whether it's stealing documents, whether it's, you know, robbing an Advent convoy. It's just that on their way to their exfil, Advent got the beat on them and is able to chase them through an abandoned city. Because again, it's something that with there being so many with there being 3 units, I'd be willing to try 2-on-2, because we would have the benefit of having overwatches when they drop in. That's something that I'm less confident with it being 3-on-2. It then turns us into a situation where we have to run. And again, my experience with running on missions, yes, I've had some experience, but again, it's too infrequent. It's not consistently. I'm not able to consistently get both soldiers out. Now, that's something that I'm able to use knowledge like doing things like breaking line of sight. With there being Lost spawning, sometimes the reinforcements are more interested in fighting Lost than they are tracking us down. But again, with us running towards a evac points, and there still being, yes, the strength of the Advent units we see will be reduced, but they are still there. They are still units that can absolutely move and shoot at us. Things like troopers, things like mutons. Yes, there could be some purifiers, but again, there's no way of knowing how many or if any purifiers at all. So again, because I'm so close, we finish by the time we finish doing our position here, we'll then be able to meet. We have the contacts in place that we can meet. We have the intel in place. We have the contacts in place where we can immediately go and make contact at the facility where the next one is. We can then, once the contact has been made with the region, we can then immediately assault the Avatar facility. So my other options would be, so I have to worry about ambush here as well, but I would have 3 soldiers, so I would feel much better about doing a 3-on-3. And then same story here. I'd have to have a lieutenant. I'd have to have a sergeant, which I have. I mean, yeah, it would be grayed out if I didn't have a lieutenant. So we'd be Devil Pup. Again, I just talked about how I want to have these guys. So it would be just Devil Pup. So Devil Pup. Our mandatory sergeant could theoretically be... Because when I do these 3-person potential ambushes, I'll have 2 people who can move and then shoot, and then a 3rd person, whether it's a Reaper, whether it's someone else with concealments, to kind of try and identify where enemies are, to maybe try and path around them. Like these ambush missions, they're the closest thing to stealth in XCOM 2, where you have the tools in place to escape by not shooting at enemies. But again, the game being silly, the longer you go without running into a pod, the more likely they are to get pathed towards you anyways. So it is in your best interest to, especially with there being no pods or groups of enemies, they're all just singles. So your best bet is to treat it like we do any other mission. We have our concealed unit identify where our pods are, and then we use our units to either activate them on our turn if we have a advantageous position, or have them walk into us where we overwatch and shoot at them on their turn. Yes, they can move to cover, but then we'll have our full 2-action turn, XCOM turn, to try and take them down. This is probably a mission where I would bring like regular grenades. And again, it's not that I don't fear the loss, but I don't want to attract any more loss. But again, with us being such a small squad size, eliminating the advent and alien units as soon as possible is the best, in my opinion, the best strategy. So I could theoretically, I could have a team of, where was it? I was just looking at her. So our lieutenant, Devil Pup. Now granted, that would leave us with no specialist for the next mission, but again, we'd be having one coming back in 46 hours. But again, we could get a mission in 46 hours, and I'd feel really silly not having a specialist. I mean, we have other units, but I would prefer having a specialist available. So theoretically, this would be an example of that the Spark would be ready in 16 hours, so technically the Spark would be ready in 16 hours, 30 hours ahead of the specialist. So were we to get a mission and I wouldn't have a specialist available, again, our Sparks can double as specialists because of their remote hacking. I'm now just realizing I don't remember seeing a separate upgrade. Did they have a separate upgrade for the Spark? Again, you don't need to have them. So upgrading the Spark bit just increases their hacking, the hacking bonus you get. I do not believe that it increases the damage of the things like the rocket launchers. The only thing that increases the rocket launcher, like we have Rainmaker on Tesseract. So theoretically, we go Devil Pup was our lieutenant, our sergeant is Highway, and then our third soldier is Loom. We'd have access to some shredding, but again, it would just be the base. You'd have basic unmodded cannon, basic unmodded magnetic rifle, basic unmodded magnetic rifle. So our reward would be dodge or mobility. So this is, again, I'd rather have them not get ambushed, period. Because it's a mission that if I can avoid doing it, like I would much rather prefer, yes, not being captured is fantastic, but I would almost, I'd still probably prefer to counter the captured, because again, it's not that you can't recover your captured units, it's just that it takes away the mission rewards that I would want, like scientists and engineers. So yeah, because this is, now granted, it has the higher chance of soldiers being wounded, but again, they'll survive. So we commit Devil Pup, we take away this, we take away this, we give you the regular grenades. The other kind of funny thing is that in 14 days, I believe we'll get, at least I think it's 14, sorry, in 20 days, yeah, in 20 days we'll definitely have the regular XCOM on the Avenger will have their grenades upgraded. If they get ambushed, they'll have just their regular frag grenades, which I've always thought is kind of funny, which again, makes sense, because we're deploying them now when we have regular grenades. So if I bring Highway, I have Anastasia, Hammerhead, you're out. We do have 2 hanging promotions. We also have the Reaper available. So yeah, I'm comfortable with sending a Phantom unit. So that would be Highway, and the mobility bonus will go to Loom. So he'll go from 12 mobility to 13. But I think he has to survive this mission. Regular. So So I have 161 supplies. I haven't gotten my... Yeah, as much as I would like to send them med kits, there's no... I want to be able to have the supplies to... I think if I do that, I won't have enough supplies to get our next upgrade. And again, one of the goofy things here is that what you can do with the resistance ring is that I could back out of this menu, do things like, oh, do I have enough this, do I have enough that, and then go back to the resistance ring and start. Because there's been a number of times where I've had like, oh, I want to send somebody, but they're tired for 16 hours, so I can just wait the 16 hours by advancing time normally and then go back to the resistance ring. Just yet another reason why we should be building the resistance ring, but I haven't had the supplies yet. So yeah, sorry. I'm confident in your guys' offense ability. Predator armor, magnetic weapons. There's 3 of you. I am committed to fighting the Advent reinforcements, but again, I'll also be prepared to run in case we have to. I'm trying to remember. I do not think the soldier chance wounded can kill any of our soldiers. So if it's a situation where if all of them are so badly injured that they limp, they're full of holes, but they're able to limp to the evac point, I do not believe the moderate chance of a soldier wound will then eliminate them. Again, I'm just speaking from experience, but I've had enough experience where I haven't seen that happen. All right, guys, see you in 20 days.
My kind will do whatever is needed.
So the question is, since I'm satisfied with the number of supplies I have right now, yeah, I'm still 38 hours. I need this. I need this badly. So it's not like our supplies doesn't go anywhere.
We're reading you.
So our new income is now it's up to 116 more. Yeah, it's gonna remind us about our supply drop. Hey, it turns out I'm a genius. Like, I remembered that we had the chance, but I forgot that we were one radio relay away from it. Okay, we still... It's just the next. Now, granted, this isn't going anywhere. So even if we go the entire pay period without picking it up, it'll just become available next month. It'll just increase. So instead of having, you know, the 278, it'll be 278 plus 324. So again, because I need this so bad, because I need it so bad, we're going to put our engineer in there now. Let's see here. So 16 hours to plasma grenades. I want that as soon as possible. How are our wounds looking? So 10 days and then 7 hours. So because we're so close, I'm confident through various kind of shenanigans, because there are ways that I know how to advance time that don't involve scanning anywhere. I'm certain now it would go up to 14 hours. Maybe that's a little closer than it should be. Yeah, since I don't exactly need this thing right this second, Liang, we'll put you in there. So our contacts go up to 2. So that gives us the 1 that we need to make contact here. Now, in case you're wondering, so since that I will have a engineer providing an essential resource, it's not going to let me take her out. It'll let me like swap them, like change someone's position, but I have to like immediately put someone in first in order to free her. And it's not like engineers have stats, so one engineer is just as capable as the next engineer. So
setting course for Sector 6, Eastern Europe.
So the question is, how long? All right, 7 days. So in 7 days, we'll have a guaranteed chance to reduce the Avatar project.
Local regional contact.
All right, plasma grenades. So this is what I was thinking of. So all of our experimental grenades have an upgrade that turns them from grenades into bombs. So again, more damage, more area of effect. You can get pretty ridiculous with the advanced grenade launcher. The question is, does this... Alright, it does cost Elerium crystals. So that would give me low enough to where I would not be able to do Illyrium. Alright, so because we're so low on Illyrium, I would rather start working on tier 3 of our weapons, and then eventually, someday, we'll have enough Illyrium crystals. Like, we get Illyrium crystals from excavating these two spots. So, now, granted, we might have to wait a while because we're at 48 days here. But I think... So the question is, do I leave? Yeah. I don't need the resources so bad that I need this excavated as soon as possible because I have a spot here already. This is where theoretically our resistance ring will go. So we'll leave Wang there. But again, I am considering pulling out 10 days. Yeah, so Helix is good to go, right? Yeah, you're out. I mean, I am kind of just content as much as I would like you to be back. I don't need you to be back. So Lee, if you could help out. So this should be 20 days now. I'm just double checking. Well, probably 19 point whatever. All right, continue making contacts. Yep.
Commander, if we want to set back the aliens' work on the Avatar project, we should hit one of their facilities as soon as possible.
That's what I'm working on, Bradford. All right, 6 days.
My followers
okay,
require
a mission.
assistance
That's fine.
Beyond what I can provide. Can you help us, Commander?
I mean, I could. All right, so this is the third mission type. This is the one that we haven't had yet. So it's going to be on the abandoned map, so that means there's guaranteed to be lost. The Warlock, again, we're at the point where he's guaranteed to be there. So what it's going to be is there's going to be a scientist in a building somewhere, but fortunately the game will tell us. We'll need to activate them. If we get them out, we'll get another scientist. If we get them out, we'll get a bunch of intel. There are also 2 soldiers hanging out somewhere in the mission. They'll have a rescuable civilian like outlined to them, so if we move up to them, they become units that we can then use for our mission. Now granted, they'll have conventional weapons with them, so that it's going to be harder for them, but again, we'll go from 6 soldiers to effectively 8, and if we extract them and if they survive, these 2 soldiers will join XCOM. So we have a chance at 2 sergeants, a sergeant sharpshooter and a sergeant specialist. So we will definitely be taking this mission. However, I do definitely still want to play World of Assassination Hitman, because I teased that in the open. So it would be most unfortunate for me to not play at least a little Hitman. So this will be 08. So here we are changing game. Let me bring up, change our description, change our game category. We'll launch Hitman. I believe I mentioned that the alien facilities are very similar to what Gatecrasher was, where it's going to be go to an area. Now, granted, it's going to be inside of a building. Go to an area, a specified spot will tell you to plant an X4 explosive device. We then have to call in our own evac. So even if we successfully eliminate all of the Advent units, we don't get any of their corpses. We also have the added benefit of there being no turn timers, so we can take as much or as little time as we want to there. Let's get our game capture. Hitman, why am I not seeing you? Oh, is this because I messed around with my NVIDIA settings? Because I wanted to try and get... I've been trying to get XCOM 2 so where it captures audio, even though it's not the focused window. I mean, worst case scenario, I can just display capture. Okay, for whatever reason, there we go. All right, for whatever reason now we can game capture. All right, so our mission on Wednesday was alerted territory in Chongqing. We hadn't been there yet, but fortunately I remembered enough to kind of know how to get into the ICA facility, because there was one target in the laundromat, one target in the ICA facility, and there was 2 targets in the other story building.
If you feel the urge to do a little interior decorating.
I do not, Diana. But that doesn't stop. 47 does not rest. Like, I don't think... Never have I ever seen 47 when I spawned into Freelancer. I don't think I've ever seen him just relaxing on the couch. Now, I've seen him, like, standing and observing his art. So I suppose that's some way that 47 relaxes. So it's not that he never ever takes time away. But again, 47's like us. He's a professional. Ooh, is it right here right now? Oh yeah. I mean, we might not end up needing it, but I'd rather find it now. Let's get our banana since we're so close. Let's get our blunt melee, non-lethal in the form of our wrench. Maybe let's look for the coin only if we have room for it, because it's like literally the only one of the only items that has one. We found and purchased the collector's emetic dart gun. So if I flummox, if I fail at the finish line here, I'll at least have some dart guns when we start again. So we should have 2 other alerted territories. So yeah, Sapienza, which we've had success on before, and Whittleton Creek, where we had, I think it was our first showdown was in Whittleton Creek, where we had, like, to this day I still don't understand exactly how I startled that that suspect. All I was trying to do was close the garage door. Yeah, that's all I was trying to do. Maybe it's because she saw me doing it, and closing the garage door, I think in areas that you're considered trespassing is illegal. But at the same time, I still don't know why the garage door didn't close. I still don't know why we actually shot them while they were, because Diana gave us the voice line saying, so 47, your target is escaping. Because that's one of the other campaign failures, is that if your target escapes, even if you 47 are sound of body, it counts as a failure, which is hilarious, because when you fail a mission, you lose any stuff that you had on you. I think the only way you can fail a mission and keep the stuff that you had on you is that if you voluntarily leave a mission site. But again, you can only do that on standard alertness. You cannot leave. You have to succeed on alerted territories, or else you fail. So one safe, no couriers. One safe, no couriers. So they're both 4 targets. I mean, we're going to be doing both of these before we do, because again, as much as I like Whittleton Creek, as much as I enjoy Sapienza, I don't want our 4th and final showdown taking place in alerted territory, which is, it's going to be up to me. It's going to be up to my abilities, because if we fail any of the regular alerted territories, no, the campaign's not immediately over. However, all of these will get alerted status, to which our work to not have them be alerted will be ruined. But again, it's still very doable. So I think we'll go to Whittleton Creek next. Perfect shooter. So perfect shooter just means don't miss. If you take shots, you don't miss. However, if you take no shots and eliminate all of your targets without shooting, you still get credit for it. It's not like you have to get at least one shot and hit it. And then silent takedown with a rare melee. So again, with this being so close to the end, I'm satisfied with the amount of tools that we have. We're not going to avoid our payout objectives, but our payout objectives are not the focal point of this. I mean, I'm pretty sure the grape knife counts as a knife. I mean, I'd like to think something called as a knife count as a knife. But then again, I remember when Freelancer first came out, there was a debate about whether or not the dart gun should count as gun for like purposes of perfect shooter. I don't think they ever changed that, so I believe perfect shooter will apply to any dart gun things. Collateral kill, accidents. So of these three things, I feel that collateral kill accident is the most likely to happen, because I don't see myself bringing in. I don't think any of the weapons in any of the houses do count as epic. I think there's ones that are rare, but I do not believe there's any epics. So we have two. So if we bring, what do I need lockpicks for? Let's check our loot crate. Taser or flash grenade. All right, sure, proximity taser, even though I don't foresee us taking it in. Let's put the taser back. So the rest of the nails 2. Our lockpick, I believe, is only 1. So I think because we have access to the lockpick, yeah, lockpick's only 1. So sorry, Rusty Nail. I mean, if this is my reward for being wealthy and competent enough to not need you. I mean, I don't think that really matters, because I don't think. I mean, I guess I can check. Are any of these better? 2. That's 1. That's not silenced. No, it is not. It's full auto, which is actually worse. Yeah, full auto. I mean, I would be willing to consider a full auto silence, but again, it's something that they have the offset of, yes, increased fire rate. You'd think it'd be increased damage, and while that is the case, the recoil can make it so that you're not, if you get headshots, you just need the one shot. I mean, I guess since we have the capacity for it, yeah, let's go briefly to see if we can find our coin, the ultimate, the universal distractor. I mean, Whittleton Creek, again, so much of it depends on where our targets are located. That will depend on how many locks we need to pick. But it's the type of thing where if I can pick all of the locks, I will. I don't want to worry about, do I pick this lock to unlock? Do I pick this other one? I just bring my lockpick and pick them all. All right, down by the lake is the other spot. I mean, I suppose we could. No, the emetic, the mushrooms, I think, are 3, and we have a whole 1. If I remember correctly, we have 1 more gear capacity upgrade coming, but I don't remember where that is. I want to say it's pretty high. There we go. I want to say it's pretty high. So we might be a ways away before we'll be getting a gear capacity. And I don't think it's, it might be 2, it might be 3 more, it could just be 1. But again, that's fine. So coin, lockpick, banana, wrench, excellent. I like it. 47. Do we take Have we taken the hearse yet? I don't think we've taken the hearse. Let's take the hearse. It'll be very appropriate because we have so many targets. We have 4 targets. The other thing we have to be careful. So Whittleton Creek has 4 or 5, maybe even 6 of these kind of plain clothes. I don't think they're enforcers. They might be enforcers on elevated territory or alerted territory, but we have to worry about plainclothes people with weapons.
Intel tells us that there are syndicate members in the area. I trust that you can find them and eliminate them.
Ooh, is this the abandoned house? Yes, it is.
They're on high alert. We don't want them to slip away. Be careful, 47.
I will, Diana. I will be so careful. So this is the abandoned house that normally the only way you get in here is, I think it's the realtor that has the key. But again, the realtor is kind of difficult to get a hold of because there's like a muffin stand. Because one of the residents has a muffin business. So he spends the entire... It's so funny because with this being Hitman 2, it kind of like introduced the idea of, they kind of added like a new distraction, how NPCs can be distracted. And one of the ways you can distract them is with food. So he's in this never-ending cycle of asking if I can have a muffin vendor guy being like, yeah, sure, you can have one. Yeah, it says 1 free muffin, and then eats the muffin. And then kind of infinitely loops. I don't think there's anything you do to knock them out of it. Like I think you have to incapacitate muffin employee, because every time the real estate agent takes a muffin, he puts another one out, and he has an infinite respawning thing of muffin. We'll take the fishing line. It has an infinitely respawning thing of muffins. And it's something that the realtor stays there forever. But eventually you can get it so that I believe he brings one of the targets here, and this is a good place that you can, because again there's literally nothing in here. Now granted, it's one of those things where they do the someone got murdered in the basement type thing, so the realtor has to do the kind of like the awkward of the I'm not going to disclose the fact that someone was murdered here, but I'm legally obligated to. But since I'm legally obligated to, I'm not going to overtly say, hey, just to let you know, someone was murdered here. All right, 1 target already in front of us. Is that all right? With it being alerted territory, they're enforcers for our regular suits. All right, it's the local police. So he hangs out here. Is he the one? There's an officer that kind of chats with one of the residents, wants to do like explosive because he's got a gopher problem and he wants to blow him to bits. And there's this hilarious exchange between the officer and the resident going, "Hey, I mean, we're just talking about gophers. You don't need to incinerate them. You don't need to use that powerful of explosives." And resident guy's like, "Ah, come on. Let me show those gophers who's boss." All right, 1 in that direction, 2 in that direction. Did I walk past? Ooh, I literally walked right past our 3rd one, or our 4th one. All right, so pamphlet guy, he doesn't move. I believe there's a plethora. There's a plethora of either civilians or officers here. I'm trying to think. There is definitely a house that has the worker disguises, because again, it's not like I don't want guard disguises, guard or police disguises. It's just that getting non-guard, like gardener, trash collector. There's exterminators on this level, because there's one house that is being fumigated, and there's a second house that is preparing to be fumigated. So that's the Cassidy house. Our suppliers in that direction. Alright, so we've got target 1 moves around kind of the street, goes up and down, goes across a little bit. This guy, fortunately with him being so close to the exit, could be a situation where we hit and run, because all we have to do is just get to that bridge there. And I'm pretty sure there are no plainclothes security in this area. Yes, there's the officer over there, but again, we should be far enough back to where we can just kind of simply, we could probably get behind the tent there, take him out, and then have more than enough time to run for the bridge. So we're going to see. Oops, we'll grab some light reading material. Supplier over there. Yeah, there's the real estate agent guy. But again, we don't need him. We don't need him because we have the lockpick. In fact, I think since we started in the abandoned house, it should be already unlocked. So here's Muffin Lady's house. Yeah, Helen's kitchen. Is this another? It definitely looks like a civilian. I don't remember how many of the plainclothes civilians patrol, though. Alright, so there's our extra enforcer. Our extra enforcer there. So he looks like a regular civilian. But again,
Calm down, Demolition Man. Unless it's a flesh-eating mutant.
yep, they're arguing. Oh, is that? No, it's not. For a split second there, I was like, oh, that'd be great if that was our target, and then we can blow him up. But no.
Sir, the American police force looks at YouTube as guiding principle for standard.
Can't get too close because I don't want him to magically turn around and spot me. Because again, with him being a civilian, he'll just run to a guard and be like, "Hey, this guy's scaring me." I haven't seen. That's the civilian. That's the officer. Did I walk past our third? 2. That's the one we're following right now. Okay, yeah, I did walk past. So we'll follow Trevor for a little bit. We'll then kind of double back and see what Butch is up to. That's the West property, right by our supplier. So we can see what kind of goodies our suppliers will have. This jogger, the number of times she runs around the entire outside, the number of times she has blown my cover, holy. So there should be, there's 2 garbage guys, but I don't think any of them, I think this is a situation where it was like with Miami, where if we are disguised, or do I need a key? Yes, so if I am disguised as a garbage man, this could be a potential exit as well.
I can't get it to do anything around the house. No, it's not a novel.
I believe there's still a crowbar in the vehicle that's up here.
About you guys.
No more enforcers over here. Ooh, don't want to get too far ahead of him.
I'm just trying to help him, and he's behaving like a complete...
Any of these, you can kind of see like these highlighted holes. So these are all the gopher holes. They're really funny because you can hide things there, including explosives. And one of the ways you can eliminate the story targets is by having them walk up to one of the gopher holes and it explodes. All right, so this is like our jogger. Yes, I have had the jogger lady who runs around the entire border of the mission. She's been a target before. So this is a guy, I believe, who does something similar. I don't think he does any running, but he does kind of like, he'll go to an area, do these push-ups, walk to another area, do more push-ups. So let's head back. Let's maybe cut through some of these. All right, our safe is currently in the area between the Yanis and the, I think this is the band. There's like a garage, has a basement band kind of thing. And I think this is also the place I was thinking of that has because one of the other things, one of the ways that you kind of learn through playing through good environmental storytelling is that you'll, in this hallway here, there's Garbage Man, there's like Gardener, I think there's Exterminator, but definitely Gardener and Garbage Man disguises is to kind of let you in on, oh, some of the people, some of the Cassidy or Yanis security details are hiding in plain sight. So that's the Griswold. So let's, if we can get a Garbage Man. All right, so I see we already have some extra enforcers here. But again, we're not forbidden from taking out additional targets. We're definitely going to try and knock them unconscious first. But if there's a situation where we have to start eliminating people... Alright, I can just walk in the house here. Do I have any more... No battery? Because we do... I mean, accidents are a fantastic way. I just don't remember how much there is in the way of water traps. Water or oil traps. Oop, was a little closer than I thought it was going to be. But we should be relatively alone. I don't know. Does this guy... I saw him going down some stairs, so maybe he comes back over here. But again, we've got a cabinet over there. So we're just gonna 47 wall hack for a little bit. I mean, I'd like to think someday I'll be good enough at Hitman World of Assassination where I'll be comfortable turning off things. Because again, I believe you can turn off almost everything. You can turn off Instinct, you can make it so that the HUD has almost nothing on here. Like, I can remove the minimap, I can remove the objects, you can remove the right-hand side there that shows, you know, your ammo count if you have a weapon out. But again, someday that'll be like when I'm on the level of I've beaten multiple Freelancer campaigns on hardcore, because hardcore makes all of them alerted, makes it so that you must do your prestige objective. If you don't do the prestige objective, it counts as a mission failure, and if you fail the mission, you fail the whole campaign. So it leaves absolutely positively no room for mistakes. I mean, I guess I say that hypothetically. It makes it so that you're more severely punished for your mistakes. Alright, this guy. Is this a rusted or a regular? It is a regular. Just to be safe. No, I have the... Oh, no, Crowbar. Crowbar can use the manholes as an escape, so I want to leave that. That's why I grabbed it, because I want to leave that as an option. I mean, if this guy doesn't want to move, and I see him not moving, I mean, maybe he'll see me, but then again, I can just drag his body up here. Alright, that makes sense, because everyone, this is one of the houses that the security detail is in control of. S9 Covert, I don't remember, is this... I think I have this one already, because I would absolutely positively would have gotten it from this mission. I just don't remember. Is it better than our assassin? I think it is. I think almost everything is better than. It's not the assassins is bad. It's just that it's good because it's silenced. It's not good because it's a particular. Oh, we could have just had him over here anyways. All right, he's already a garbage man. So let us become the garbage man. 47. We are no longer playing Hitman. We are playing Garbage Man. And I don't think... I mean, we'll check the safe. Only, again, not because it's a priority. It's because it's so blasted easy. So this gives us a key. I remember... Oh, it's right here. For some reason, I thought I had to go inside the... I mean, I might still have to. So laptop, I'm looking for documents, maybe. I think maybe I will have to go in. But again, it's as simple as walk in here, full book. Alright, so that's the Yanis bodyguard, Garbage Man, which I already have. And then that... This is like a portrait of one of our story objectives, or in the campaign. Sure. Even though I don't need it, I'd rather have it and not need it, because there aren't any pat-down areas. Let's get our camera back out again. And this, I believe, just takes us outside, right? Yeah, this just takes us outside. Oh, there we go. Alright. All nice and close to each other. And then we have plenty of time. I'm always surprised with how long it takes to open these safes. 3,000, alright. I mean, I'm going to tell myself that this 3,000 is going to help. Do I know? I thought I knew where our... Okay, west property. So this is no longer trespassing, but I'm guessing... Alright, he sees through it. Enforcer over there still sees through it. Alright, let's head to the right. Let's see what our supplier has. Ooh, a coin. I do admit there have been times where I would pick up a coin, and like as I'm picking it up, I'm like, oh no, does that mean someone's about to assassinate me? Me, the hitman? But I guess that would make more sense since I have relinquished my title of hitman. I am now playing Garbage Man. And as Garbage Man, I'm going to pick up these. I feel compelled to pick up these soda cans.
But when your car gets keyed by your neighbor's dim-witted son,
so maybe in the garage there. Can I get inside here though? Is a Garbage Man allowed indoors? Well, I can open that without being suspicious. Oh, wait a minute. This is, for some reason, opening garage door to get in place. All right, I'm inside someone's house. Sure.
Yes.
All right, so another legendary one gear capacity baller. The same thing with the covert. This is the same. This is a silenced assault, and then a legendary sniper rifle that I can. So nothing that helps us. Not really, at least. Like at least I have the option of needing if I need an assault rifle. But then again, we didn't take that as our prestige objective. Plus, we're not worried about money anyways. All right, I feel we've done as much prep work as we can. So let's start with our targets. So Butch, I think Butch is the only one we haven't fully... Am I allowed back here? I mean, I'm allowed back here for right now. No enforcers. Alright, so even though maybe the game counts because some of the guards use... Maybe because some of the guards use the garbage man. I mean, again, I'm not going to need to get that close anyways. It's just unusual. Because then again, I could just be misremembering, or maybe that's something that they changed. Because again, I haven't, before I started replaying this, it'd been a year. You sit down, but you're right by a door. But again, this area behind here is full of guards that will start shooting if they see me. I don't think... How many of you guys are actual guards? Okay, no body hiding in here. I mean, I can get on top of the building, it looks like.
Station 7, all clear.
Alright, I think that's letting me that at least that guy is a plain clothes. So door there. Door... I think that's a door there. I think that's a blend in as a gardener spot, so I'd have to be dressed as a gardener in order to blend in. Oh man, there's so much trash. There's so much trash in here. I'm just looking around to see what the best way to deal with all the trash is. I don't think there's anybody over there. Yeah, we can hide in the bushes here. Is this door locked or unlocked? Unlocked. Alright, we can try doing that. Because he'll get in front of us there. The gentleman, the white outline guy, is facing away from us. Don't think anybody... Yeah, no one will walk in here through the door there. But again, that's a guard disguised as a civilian. So if he sees us doing illegal things, he'll start shooting. I don't believe they're as powerful as the Showdown Assassins, where they get you in 1 or 2 hits. But again, we don't want to start shooting. Even with our silenced weapons, because just because we use silenced weapons doesn't mean their weapons aren't silenced. Okay, he does move. So it's definitely a situation where we need to be prepared. So the question is there a loop where he's on the couch? Alright, he's looking away right now. So we want the good... Where does he stop? Where are you stopping? Alright, you are definitely looking in this direction, so... He turns away. I mean, I suppose we could get him while he's sitting. Because again, other guy...
Excellent work, 47. You've spread fear within the Syndicate.
Alright, where's our... Alright, so he could be doing his... He could be doing his push-up bits. Yeah, the officer, again, seems to be going up and down, moves back and forth across the street. It's just a matter of getting him so that no one sees us, and then poor Marty Force Ducks Valley will be right by our exit. Fortunately, well, unfortunate for him, but fortunate for us. So let's head in. Let's head in this direction. Get us some space. Yep, body found. That's fine. They're gonna start looking. They're gonna start looking for someone, but they don't know who because no one saw anything. No one saw a thing. All right, he's doing his yoga. So there's the trooper over there.
Janice's oddball nurse was at it again.
Oh yeah, the bird
You know, we
guy.
don't want these civilians seeing us because if they see our garbage man,
A couple of weeks ago, I walked past him and I have to tell you, he gets into some pretty personal stuff.
so there should be, yeah, this background is almost completely deserted, or completely deserted.
Well, cranky old men don't tend to be very likable. Maybe if you don't get along with the elderly, stay away from a career where you make personal house calls.
Syndicate member eliminated. Well done, 47.
Well, I hope I didn't ruin those people's visit at the park. I mean, I suppose maybe, like if when they get home, their significant other will be like, "How was the park?" And they would be like, "I saw a dead body."
Same guy who just did
So.
that, right? Yeah. So I let him use the green shipping container to store some chemicals. I asked him if it was poisonous, but he assured me that it was only.
All right, so that's searching for target 2. No enforcers there.
Sector 3. Still nothing to report. Just painful hunger pangs.
I mean, it would be nice. Alright, other guy seems to kind of go back and forth between in front of pamphlet guy to that rock that's over there. So let's see if we can find an okay spot. Alright, he's a pretty close view of the Cassidy. So we're not gonna want to take him out there. I mean, it is nice and convenient how he stops to tie his shoes for us, but all right. So it looks like Cassidy's bodyguard sees through our disguise, which makes sense because again, he would know who all the garbage men in this area would be. Ooh, a newspaper.
Hey, how are you?
Darling, I'm so hungry.
I'm fine. Just picking up some light reading material. Y'all got any garbage? Ooh. I wonder if that counts. No, that would be collateral kill explosive.
You folks are strange. Did you see that Cassidy guy snooping around here? He's been looking at the party 3 times already. Why not just go inside? It's open to everyone.
Yeah, it's strange, all right. Oh,
So civilian. I mean, at least I think maybe civilian. It's just so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell sometimes. All I know for certain is that there's a guy that's on the corner there that I know absolutely positively is one of the plainclothes kind of lookout. But yeah, he just shows up as the regular civilian, which again is by design, because that's kind of like his role is to be inconspicuous. I mean, we might have to do just like a bing bang. Because maybe we do our grape knife kill here. The issue is I don't know if that guy's gonna see us.
Well done, 47. This will surely be a blow.
Right, just searching.
Command, please acknowledge. Come in, command. Somebody just got killed.
So maybe we wait for if this guy. Yep, this guy runs in. Oh, that's a problem. That's not what I was expecting. I was not expecting him to be armed.
No, nothing yet. Goddamn right.
Well, thank you, supply crate.
Don't want to go down too.
I mean, if I can avoid killing anybody else, I will, because I'll get penalized for it. So the question is who? I'm assuming it'll be real guard guy will clean up the body.
Find him. Yeah.
So they're searching, but they're not. Okay. He's going back to what he's going back to. So the question is, does... No, it'd be kind of funny if he... he starts doing the... Oh, I think he is. That's... Or is he... So fortunately, dead bodies just have like a designated, this is where the dead bodies go. I don't have to worry about him going off the map.
More body bags in the inventory.
So let's see, since we can afford to, let's see where it is that he goes.
I think we're gonna run out of bags at this rate.
Even if the civilians there see us, we're close enough to where we can.
Excellent work, 47. You've spread fear within the
Nope.
syndicate.
Yep. They saw me. They saw me move.
Return
Move
to the
47.
safe house.
Move.
Collect yourself. I'll be in touch.
Okay. No. 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 All right. Well, that was fine because I wasn't already being shot at, but I can't remember if you're allowed, if you just keep walking, it counts as leaving the mission. But I wasn't about to take my chances, so fortunately we weren't being shot at. Yep, would make sense that a grape knife is a knife. But again, stranger things have happened. Didn't miss our shot. Didn't miss any shots, even though we took, what was it, 3? Yeah. Shot 3 targets through 1 knife. Yeah, our freelance mastery is only 30 out of 100. I mean, hey. All right, not terrible, but we still have one alerted territory. Well, the 2 regular ones, and then the showdown, wherever the showdown is. Hey. So we now have a silenced sniper rifle. Now, if I remember correctly, even if we bring this in and then we lose it, it still can possibly show up. It's just that the game gives it the first time you get it, the game gives it to you for free.
Impressive work you did back there. I'm ready when you've prepped the next assignment.
So when we return, yeah, we're at about 5.5 hours. So when we return tomorrow, we'll do our final, definitely alerted Sapienza. It'll be 4 more targets. Again, how easy or difficult this is going to depend on how many targets are in the mansion, how many targets are in the virus lab area. Again, all of these areas are accessible. It's just that when you start getting into areas like those, more guards means if guards see you committing crimes, they don't they don't run and get other guards first the way civilians do. They start shooting, and we do not want to get in shootouts. Now we are prepared. I'm prepared. If I have to get in a shootout, I will. But it's definitely a situation where they start throwing flash grenades at you. They do a pretty good job of closing in on you. And since I generally only bring pistols, pistols are not the best at handling many targets. Now, granted, there are shotguns on this level. There are, I believe, assault rifles in the virus lab area. I do not believe there are assault rifles in the mansion area. So that's the type of thing where we'll go to, if we have targets in the virus lab, we go there first, because if we can get guard uniforms, we'll be allowed to carry those types of weapons. But we're definitely, with it being high alert, we're definitely going to be bringing some amount of silenced weaponry. Let's clear ourselves. Let's empty 47. Empty your pockets. Yeah, I'm almost certain I had the covert already, heckling covert. Yes, I did. All right, 47. Rest. So when we return tomorrow, and we will return tomorrow at 10 a.m. CST, 8 a.m. West Coast time, 11 a.m. East Coast time, somewhere between 4 and 6, maybe even later than 6 or 7, depending on where you are in Europe. Again, thank you, European viewers. Thank you very much for making me part of your evening. U.S. viewers, thank you for making me part of your morning, part of your early lunch period, depending on whenever it is you check me out. Expect more XCOM. Just like with all of our other stuff, we're staring down the clock. But again, we have a council mission, resistance council mission that we'll need to do. Fortunately, there are soldier rewards there, so that will help bolster our forces. We lost a sergeant specialist today. We lost a squatty grenadier that, again, I'm pretty sure had they survived would have gotten their first promotion, which would have gotten them shredder, which would put less strain on our other grenadiers with shredder. If I remember correctly, it'll be a potential sharpshooter and a specialist, which is nice because it'll be a sergeant specialist. It'll be a sergeant sharpshooter, which I believe, they'll get lightning hands if we can extract them, which again, we'll have the time and the resources to do so, because it's not a timed mission. It's just a mission that you have to extract from. So we won't get any of the Advent or alien corpses. But again, that's fine, because that's not the way every single mission is. Also expect more Hitman. We'll have Sapienza on high alert. That way we'll need to succeed, because if we don't succeed, our campaign's over. Fortunately, I'm still planning on completing that campaign because we're so close. But again, we have to be careful. If it looks like I'm being too methodical, if it looks like I'm being too careful, that's by design, because of what's at stake. When we fail a campaign, we lose all of those gadgets in our briefcase, and some of those things that we are given, but all of those other things we have to purchase, and they're kind of expensive. So we are not financially destitute. We are flourishing, but again, we lose money when 47's incapacitated, which makes it harder to buy back the things that we lose. But again, we'll be extra careful. We'll will be the most carefulest, most well thought out Hitman in the history of Hitman. So again, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for any new follows. Again, with the Twitch VOD starting to fall off, I have been getting them up on YouTube. So the YouTube link is either in the About Me, or you can do !YouTube in the chat to get the link. They go up about the same time as I go live. They'll go up on some days when like yesterday, I think I had an episode go up when I was off. It's just whenever they happen to fall off on the Twitch side, which is 7 days. Well, we'll see you back here again, 10 a.m. CST, 8 a.m. West Coast time, 11 a.m., 4 to 6 p.m. in Europe. And thank you, and enjoy the start of your weekend.